Hello, good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning, participants.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Now, welcome to our international conference, day 2. All right. Good morning again. So I welcome you all to the day 2 of International Conference on Innovative Research in Engineering and Technology, ICIRET 2021, organized by Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP. So this conference will offer researchers, delegates, and scholars an incredible chance to interact with each other and share their experience and knowledge of technology application. About IFERP, so Institute of Engineering Research and Publication, or IFERP, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations meant for research development and promotion in the field of engineering and technology. We are a platform to promote the advancement and dissemination of the knowledge of engineering and technology. So IFERP is a professional association and a forum where innovations and research interests could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interests. Our forums and associates constitute professional leaders and organizations connecting each other with mission to work as wizards of science of defending the earth. IFERP provides a world-class platform for scientists, researchers, academicians, business figures by organizing conferences and publishing research articles. IFERP conferences bring together the professional wizards and leaders who have explored all avenues to reinforce the field of applied science, engineering, and technology. About this conference, the theme of the International Conference on Innovative Research in Engineering and Technology, ICIRET 2021, is to identify novel developments made in engineering and technology with a multidisciplinary approach and rediscover growth that benefits everyone. ICIRET 2021 is focused to serve as a distinctive union of networking, learning, and in one symbol, which can catalyze individuals' development and same with society. ICIRET 2021 will offer participants to interact with industry experts on their recent challenges in scientific research and associated areas. Leading researchers will share their incredible research findings and tools that they use to achieve better results. This international conference on innovative research in engineering and technology is bound to generate a number of new ideas and experiences that participants, irrespective of who they are, experienced scientists, seasoned professionals, or young scholars at the early stages of their careers, can derive and make use of in some form or another towards advancement of their careers. For those looking to spread awareness of their incredible research findings and other work, they will also have the chance to present their papers and articles. So, and now I will welcome the dignitaries. I would like to welcome all our honorable dignitaries. All right, firstly, I would like to welcome our eminent keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Sunil Kumar Khatri, Director of Campus, Amity University, Tashkent, Uzbekistan at Amity Education Group, Toshkent, Uzbekistan. Good day to you, Professor. Next, I would like to welcome our session chairs, TSIR Dr. King Kauk, Senior Lecturer, Department of Civil Engineering, Swinburne University of Technology, Sarawak Campus, Kuching, Malaysia. Good day to you, Doctor. Second, Dr. Lukish C., Associate Professor, Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, Vidya Vardaka College of Engineering, Vidya Vardaka College of Engineering, Mishra, India. Good day to you, Doctor. Third is Dr. Nirzar M. Kulkarni, Associate Director, Professor and Dean Admission, Dr. Ambikar Institute of Management Studies and Research, Nagpur, India. Good day to all session chairs. Thank you for joining us even during this pandemic situation and imparting their expertise with us. I would also take this opportunity to welcome all our presenters from across the world. So who has spared their valuable time in enlightening us with their latest research studies. I would also like to welcome all our attendees in joining us today. Welcome TSIR Dr. King Kauk for welcome speech. I would like to welcome our session chair, Senior Lecturer, Department of Civil Engineering, Swinburne University of Technology, Sarawak Campus, Kuching, Malaysia, to deliver welcome speech. Hello, good morning to you, Dr. Kauk.
Good morning, good morning. Actually, now over here is afternoon. In Sarawak, it is afternoon.
All right. I'm so sorry.
It's all right, because of the
Good afternoon.
time. Yeah, it's all right. Okay, so can I start now?
Yes, you are, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you very much for introducing me. So, all honorable keynote speakers, presenters, participants, and also the organizing committee. My name is TSIR Dr. Kevin Kwok, and TS is stand for Professional Technologies in Malaysia. IR is standing for Professional Engineer with Practicing Certificate in Malaysia. So I'm from Swinburne University of Technology Sarawak campus and Australian branch campus based in Malaysia. It is my pleasure to welcome all the delegates all across the globe to this 2 days international conference on innovative research in engineering and technology. The short form is ICIRET-21. I really appreciate the organizing committee's effort in putting together such a fantastic and meaningful program. As you all know, engineering and technology are changing and accelerating at a fast pace nowadays. ICIRET-21 is a suitable platform for the experts, academicians, technicians, scholars, industry all across the globe to present and share their latest research findings, experimental outcomes, innovative strategies, industry practices, and expertise on the most current progressions in the respective domain of engineering and technology. This conference seeks to provide young academics, students, and researchers in the early phase of their careers with the most up-to-date information. And of course, it is also a golden opportunity for the expert in our correspondent domains in engineering and technology to exchange our knowledge, to expand our networks, and even seek for boost business opportunities. ICIRET-21 is organized by Institute of Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP, that was established in year 2000 with headquarters in Chennai, India. So today, IFERP is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations in the field of engineering, science, and technology, with more than 14,000 professional members and 18,000 student members. And it was operating under Technocrat Research and Development Association, TRADA. IFERP is a paramount body which has brought technical revolutions and sustainable development in the field of engineering, science, and technology. So IFERP is connecting engineers, exchange global innovation, and act as a bridge between researchers and academicians by organizing international conferences, international workshops, seminars, guest lectures, short-term training programs, and publishing research articles. IFERP is essential to the global technical community and also the technical professionals, and it is universally recognized for the contribution of technology and technical professionals in improving global conditions. Today, it is my pleasure to chair one of the sessions at this conference. So my background basically is mostly related to engineering and technology, including my research work, including flood forecasting using the artificial neural networks models, imputation of missing data using novel neural networks and machine learning algorithms, the impact of climate change to future rainfall intensity, frequency, duration curve, using the statistical method derivation of equatorial soil loss equation, especially for tropical region, low impact development, sustainable water supply, wastewater treatment system, design of stormwater module as a detention drain. My second area of research interest is in building information modeling, 3D printing, and project management as well. So it is my honor to introduce the presenters that have come all over the world to share their knowledge and enhance our mental horizon. Due to the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic worldwide, and it has restricted our travels, and this entire conference is taking place on the digital platform virtually through the use of advanced technologies. Experts from across the field who are joining us for this 2 days conference are virtually sharing the views, information, and opinions with us via the Zoom meeting platform. Last but not least, I would like to thank all the delegates across the world for participating in this conference, and I wish everyone a successful, safe, and fruitful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And now I request all participants to turn on their cameras and we will be screenshot it, okay? Turn on all your cameras. Just wait for a while, wait. All right, and show your sweetest smile. Oops, what's wrong? All right. Just wait a minute. And then last, smile. All right. That's all. So thank you so much. All right, so let's move on to the technical sessions. So I welcome all the participants to technical session 3. I would like to welcome our session chair, TSIR, Dr. King Kouk, Senior Lecturer, Department of Civil Engineering, Swinburne University of Technology, Sarawak Campus, Kuching, Malaysia, for the session. Good afternoon again to you, sir, Doctor. Next session chair is Dr. Nirzar M. Kulkarni, Associate Director, Professor and Dean, Admissions, Dr. Adbikar Institute of Management Studies and Research, Nagpur, India, for the session. Good afternoon, sir.
Very good
All
afternoon.
right, so let's start. I will invite Nabi Nohu Nasu Condit to present the paper Bitcoin Adaptation in Banking and Finance, the critical factors of its implementation. Nabi Nohu, you're here?
Yeah, I'm here. Good morning. I'm sharing the
All right.
screen.
Good day to you, sir. Can you please share your screen?
Yeah, I'm sharing the screen.
All right.
Can you see the screen?
Not yet, sir.
Not yet.
Yeah. Any problem? Any technical problem, sir?
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I already saw it.
All right, here. All right, can you please now proceed?
Can you see the screen now?
Yes, you are, sir. Now you can proceed now.
Well, okay. Good morning, all. My name is Nabinu Nasukondi. I'm from Republic of Guinea. I'm a PhD student in the International Islamic University from the Department of Information Technology. The title of my presentation is Bitcoin Adoption in Banking and Finance, the critical factor of its implementation. The presentation will cover the introduction, research objectives, methodology, key finding, research contribution, limitation, and future recommendation. For the good understanding of Bitcoin concept integration, the research will first explain the technology behind Bitcoin. The technology behind Bitcoin itself, its blockchain, is a chain of block of data which grows in the decentralized ledger across the network. Blockchain transaction doesn't rely on third-party institution or government. All network participants have a copy of the ledger for complete transparency. Blockchain is immutable and timestamp. Any validated records are irreversible and cannot be changed. A transaction timestamp is recorded in the blockchain. Blockchain is anonymous and anonymous. All network participants agree to the validity of each record. The identity of participant is either anonymous or pseudonymous. Blockchain is secure and programmable as well. We can talk about blockchain without talking about cryptocurrency, because Bitcoin, it is the first decentralized cryptocurrency. So actually, what is cryptocurrency? Cryptocurrency is a virtual money plus cryptographic algorithm plus decentralized network. in one meaning, I can say that is a digital virtual currency that is secured by cryptography. Today, there is thousands of cryptocurrency, but in this research, we will only focus on Bitcoin. Bitcoin as the world's first decentralized digital currency, it works in the multiple decentralized ledger, where compared to the current currency, the actual currency, which work in the single centralized record ledger. Bitcoin, with a direct peer-to-peer borderless transaction, it has a centralized authority is limited. And compared to the actual current system, the need of the central authority or intermediary to facilitate or approve transactions. Bitcoin is more secure with network supervision and fast transaction at low cost. Well, the actual currency, the banking system has a security concern with a slow transaction and with the account limitation with the heavy paperwork as well. So by looking at how the current banking works and the Bitcoin works, for example, when A wants to send money to B, A will send money, it goes to A bank, from A bank to B bank, and before the B receive the money. So the system is a centralized ledger. So compared to the Bitcoin, Bitcoin doesn't have any third party involved when it comes to transactions. It works in the decentralized ledger. So that is how the transaction works. The transaction is presented online as a block. The block is broadcast to every party in the network. Those in the network approve the transaction invalid. The block can then be added in the chain, which creates a permanent and transparent record to all transactions before B receive the digital currency. So, although Bitcoin has a very big advantage compared to the current banking system, but it's still struggling to integrate our community. So the objective of this study is to examine the impact of some of the most influential factors in the adoption of Bitcoin in banking and finance, and consequently, the cardinality of construct relationship. Therefore, the study proposed a model with 7 variables and 9 hypotheses. So the aim of this study will be to investigate the relationship between each variable in the intention of using Bitcoin in our banking and finance. Out of those variables, we have 7 variables, the passive risk and the passive trust. Those 2 first variables was conceptualized by the theory of reason action, where Bao and Mendoza define passive risk as a user conviction about possible questionable negative result from their e-transaction, e-exchange or e-transaction. When it comes to the passive trust, it is the sentiment of security and the ability to rely upon a person or things. After the passive risk and the passive trust, we have the variable self-efficacy. The variable self-efficacy was conceptualized from the self-determination theory. It is an individual judgment on how well he or she can execute the task required. When it comes to the resource appropriateness, as the 4th variable construct for this model, it is also conceptualized from Dillon and McLean information system success model. It defines material, energy, administration, personnel, information, and other source. So the 3 last variable, passive ease of use, passive usefulness, and intention to use, is conceptualized, adopt from David from TAM, the technology acceptance model. It characterizes passive ease of use, how much an individual accepts information system. Intention to use, the degree to which a person believes that using a particular technology can improve his job performance. Intention to use is a psychological movement and the change to tolerate something. The research methodology for we to analyze those variables and how the correlation between the variables and quantitative research methodology was utilized to provide a descriptive statistic for every variable. A questionnaire was created as an examination instrument to acquire proper data for examination, adopting Likert scale to improve the answer quality. The questionnaires include democratic and main questions. An individual meeting face-to-face and online web-based survey was randomly conducted among 402 participants between male and female. The population of the study referred to all students, employees, self-employed, and retired who use or not Bitcoin within Malaysia and outside Malaysia. The research utilized as two Smart Plus and PSS to examine the measurement and structural model and to test the instrument dependability. On the key finding for the research is we firstly focus on the democratic analysis, exploratory factor analysis, and the confirmatory factor analysis. In the demographic analysis, with a total of 402 participants, we can conclude that it is a good rate because according to 10-day and up, the response rate of at least 70% is excellent. So we can see here in the demographic analysis, the percentage of male was higher than the female was higher than the male, and in the group of age of 25 to 24, and most of those people, the highest participant was also employed. In the exploratory factor analysis, we also conclude that it has a significance by looking at the KOM and the battle test. According to Tabishnik, if the value of the specificity measurement of the KOM is above 0.6 and the battle test also significant at P, which is less than 0.5, it concludes that the exploratory factor analysis has a good meaning. So by looking at our result, we have the KOM, which is 0.923. So when it comes to the confirmatory factor analysis, we can see that all the factor loaded was above 0.5, which is a good sign. So except the passive risk 3, the PR3 was below 0.5, then it got removed. We later bootstrapped the application through the Smart Plus application, and we find the statisticals, the relationship is statistically significant at the T value, which was most greater than 1.96. So the findings obtained of this research have both academic and practical words in contribution in terms of information system adoption and improving the understanding of influential factor in Bitcoin adoption. The study will help the developer and end user to enhance a good understanding of Bitcoin cryptocurrency, blockchain, and decide whether to adopt the new technology or not. The finding in this study will either use to strengthen the contribution of the theory or framework adopted literally in blockchain cryptography cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, and e-wallet in general. The result will also increase previous research in IT acceptance or adoption by providing a conceptual model that synthesizes multiple theoretical perspectives as terms, such as term TRA, the theory of reason action, and UTAO, self-determination theory, and model, Dillon and MacLean information system success model. We also in terms of the research limitation, the examination is expected to explore the selection of blockchain, cryptographic money, Bitcoin in each transaction. Therefore, this examination discovery may not sum up to the appropriation of all digital currency. The proposed model trial in Bitcoin appropriation in banking and finance finding may differ in other immature nations where Bitcoin innovation is very little educated. In the future recommendation, the proposed concept model is not fixed and perfect. It is available to consistent turn of events. Future examination may broaden or alter this selection model by adding different measurements or outside factors that are substantial for different institute level settings. For future work, the approved examination model and the created scale could be taken as a reason for the beginning stage when creating different instruments for Bitcoin adoption, assessing in banking and finance as for others instructive discernment. In sum up, from the finding result obtained, Bitcoin adoption can be predicted in banking and finance as a perfect digital currency to be used in our daily transaction. That was what I wanted to share with you. Thank you for listening. All the best in you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And now, any question from our chairs?
Yeah, maybe it was a good presentation.
Thanks.
I have a question that many countries like for example, India has not allowed the Bitcoin currency transactions as on date.
Okay.
So do you visualize that some international agency forcing all the governments to be on the level playing field to start the Bitcoin currency transactions?
Well, that's what I said earlier. By looking at the variable that the factor, if the influential factor that I use for this research, by looking at the trust variable, for example, and the self-determination, every country has its own regulations. If they don't approve Bitcoin, it doesn't mean that Bitcoin doesn't have a strong or belief to be adopted. Of course, it has. But some countries are looking at, because when you look at, for example, to the actual banking system, billions of USD or Indian currency have been investing to produce currency for your country, for people to exchange. So if today, and the government accept to approve this Bitcoin, of course, they may lose a lot of finance, but it doesn't mean that Bitcoin is not a good technology for not to be accepted. Of course, it is. It is even has a future by looking at country like India, like my country, for example, Guinea. I believe that Bitcoin can be a very big step for a country who doesn't have much finance to invest or to produce currencies, because Bitcoin will at least reduce the cost. When you look at the bank with the paper bank and all that, it will reduce the cost. So poor country, it will be a great advantage for those countries to have a good step. So for me, your country has to look at to that point and accept the Bitcoin.
Absolutely. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Any other question?
Yeah. can I know how do you fix the exchange rate of Bitcoin?
The fixed exchange rate has the rate of Bitcoin is general. So, but the rate depends of most of the service provider.
Can you elaborate in more detail?
Most of the service provider, it means that when you look at, for example, to maybe like in Malaysia here, they have a what do you call it, a crypto market. They have crypto market. So there, the example by looking at that platform, they are selling based on I want to say that based on how people mostly have their own, customer or buyers. Because for now, the currency is not that that much authorized in many countries. So everybody has his own price. You said, okay, if supposing that I'm giving an example that the rate is 100 USD is example I'm just giving. Supposing the rate is 100 ringgit. So this person will say, okay, I will give you, if you want to buy, okay, if you want to sell your Bitcoin, I will maybe buy from you at maybe like 80 ringgit. And you want to sell it because you need the money for something, and there is no many official place that authorize this place, for exchanging officially the cryptocurrency. So you don't have a choice, you accept it. But the moment that this cryptocurrency will be, officialized in all the country over the world, I can tell you that the rate will be exactly the same everywhere. Are you okay with the answer, sir?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Is there any other question?
All right, so thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Sir Navi and our session chairs. And now let's move on to the next presenter. I invite Mortaza Joya to present the paper, The Effect of Glass Fiber on Fly Ash-Based Geopolymer Concrete Using Recycled Aggregates. Mortaza Joya?
Hello, ma'am. Good morning.
All right, you're here. Good morning to you. Can you please now
I'm trying to share my page.
Screen? What is it?
I'm trying to share my PPT.
All right. All right. All presenters, I will remind all presenters to be mindful of the allotted time, which is 8 minutes per presentation for us to be on schedule. Thank you. And also, please prepare your presentation.
Sorry, ma'am. Just trying
Any
to find
technical
it.
issue, Mortaza?
Yeah, ma'am, I cannot share it.
All right, I will call you back later so that you can fix it, okay?
Yeah, I have lots of documents. Just I'm trying to fix it.
All right, so I will call you later. All right, let's move on to the next presenter, Aishwara Rastuge, to present the paper Cosmetic Herbal Hair Oil Preparation and Evaluation. Aishwarya, you're here? Yes, you are. Now, can you please share your screen, madam? I think, is there a technical issue there, Madam? Any technical issue? All right, let's move on. I will call you back later, Madam Restuge. I will call you back later. All right, let's move on to the next presenter, Sandeep G. Sawan, to present the paper Flexural Strengthening Reinforced Concrete Beams using GFRP strips under cycling loading.
Okay, may I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are, sir. Can you please now proceed?
Okay, good morning, all of you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, good morning, all of you. So my topic is the flexural standing reinforced concrete beams using GFRP strips under the cyclic loading. I, Sandeep Sawant, and under the guidance of the Dr. H.S. Zadu, sir, I'm a PhD student and from Department of Civil Engineering, Shivaji University, Maharashtra, India. My abstract is the glass fiber reinforced polymer GFRP application is a very component way to repair and the standard structure that have to develop into the structural weeks over their lifespan. So GFRP repair system offered an economical, reasonable replacement to the traditional repair system and the materials. The purpose of this research is investigate the flexural behavior of the reinforced concrete beams strengthened with the varying configuration and layers of GFRP strips under the cyclic loading. The experimental program includes the strengthening and testing of 30 rectangular cross-section beams. Each beams are tested under a reverse cyclic loading under the 2-point loading system. So these are just introduction of my topic. The worldwide a great deal with research of currently being conducted concerning the use of fiber reinforced polymer wraps, laminates, and sheets in the repair and strengthening of reinforced concrete members. So fiber reinforced polymers, that is FRP application, is a very effective way to repair and strengthening structure that have become structurally weak over their lifespan. So FRP repair systems provide an economically viable alternative to traditional repair systems and the materials. For the numerous decades, the strengthening and rehabilitation of the reinforced concrete structures are becoming increasingly important in the construction. So especially the horizontal member reinforced concrete beam requires a high level of the attention where it is undergoes major deflection, which leads to cracking when reaching ultimate limit states. This is due to the low flexural capacity, which is influenced by the steel reinforcement in a tension zone. So GFRP strengthening means that is the material process high strength, light in weight, good resistance to salt water, chemical environment, and durable. It can be molded in any complex shape and it's have low maintenance. Then GFRP can be used both interior and exterior applications with the flexure in a variety of shapes, styles, and texture for the construction, that is domes, fountains, columns, panels, and roofs. So experimental work, that is to study the behavior of GFRP composite beams under the flexural cyclic loading. The experimental programs has been prepared. An uncracked beam at a particular load, flexural cyclic loading was strengthened using the GFRP strips with varying numbers of different layers, length, and width. In total, 30 beams were tested. I'm testing. So material property that is may be useful for the M30 grade of concrete. The water cement ratio is 0.41 and the admixture is 1%. So these are the properties of the GFRP, that is 600 GSM GFRP is useful for my project. The second one, that is the material properties by using the resin, because the resin is useful for as a binding material to application of the GFRP material. So primer and the resin was applied to the top of the top and bottom area on the concrete surface where the reinforcing material was to be placed. The ratio making the primer is base hardener, and the ratio making with epoxy, that is a hardness. Okay, so 1:0.5 ratio and 1:0.35 ratio is useful for the binding material. The next one, the casting of the beam. The experimental work consists of the casting reinforced concrete RC beams having the grade M30 grade, the cross-sectional dimension, that is 100 mm by 200 mm by 1800 mm length, and provided that is 2 10 mm diameter bottom reinforcement and 2 8 mm diameter top with the 6 mm diameter vertical stirrups at the rate 130 center to center. So these are the beam specimen geometry reinforcement details we are casting for the project. That is the L section and the cross section of the beams. Then after that, the strengthening process. We are first to clear the surface of the beam, then apply the primer, and then apply the GFRP strips on that particular system, and apply last one, that is the resin as a binding material. This is the procedure of the strengthening of the beam. So these are the some different layers, lengthwise, layer-wise, and the width-wise effect are useful in my project. So effect of varying length, width, and number of layers of the GFRP strips. The first diagram that is shown as the 600 mm by 100 mm length. Then second diagram is indicate that 1000 mm by 100 mm length, and last step that is 600 mm by 100 mm length. In that particular system, there are 3 layers, that is single layer, double layer, and 3 layer is useful, and the width is common for all these 3 different variations. The next one, that is the most important, the test setup for forward loading, that is positive load, and reverse loading, that is negative load. Okay, so this system is useful for the cyclic loading area calculations. So by using this, the top of that particular beam, so this is the beam by using the testing for particular section, and the top, that is the load cell is available, then load is applied by using the UTM. So from top, that is forward loading, for that is a positive load, and for bottom, that is a reverse loading or negative loading. So by this system, we can useful the cyclic loading testing on particular beam. So these are the results by calculating the load and deflection compression between control beam and strengthened RC beams for forward loading, that is positive load. So in that, the 600 GSM GFRP is useful. So there are total 13 numbers of beam is calculated. The first strips, that is 600 mm by 100 mm length, then second 1000 mm by 100 mm length, and third one is 600 mm by 100 mm length strips. So first, the control beam without strengthening of beam, that particular beam is carried out the 40 kN load and maximum deflection is 5.49. Likewise, the single layer, double layer, and 3 layer load carrying capacity and the deflection is available here. This is for a positive load. That means it is useful at the top of the beam. Second, that is the reverse load from bottom of the beam. That is the load deflection compression between control beam and the strengthened RC beam for reverse loading. In that, against the maximum load by control beam is 30 kN load is applied, and the maximum deflection is 5.64 mm as compared to single layer strengthening, then double layer strengthening, and 3 layer strengthening by using 600 GSM of GFRP strips. So according to that, the conclusion, the first one, that is on varying length and number of layers of GFRP strips from length 600 mm, 1000 mm, and 600 mm for the width of 100 mm, and increase the load carrying capacity of observed to be the range of 0 to 25% for forward loading, that is a positive load, and 33.33% and 66.66% for reserve loading or reverse loading, that is known as the negative loading. Second and concluding that is on application of single layer, double layer, and 3 layers of GFRP strips, the deflection is increased the range of 10.55% to 85.15% for forward loading, that is a positive load, and for negative load, that is 17.73% to 130.85% for reverse load. Okay. Then last one, that is a flexible epoxy system will ensure that the bond line in a single layer, double layer, and 3 layer GFRP strengthened beams does not break before failure and participate fully in the structural resistance of the strengthened beam. And the last one, that is the effect of cyclic loading on beam. The effect of cyclic loading on a beam opening and closing of the cracks has been established till the failure for single, double, and 3 layer bonded strips. So these are my conclusion. These are the appendix or by using the reference to convert that particular project. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Sandeep. Any question from our chairs?
Yeah.
Thank you. Please.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Yeah, Sunil, it was a good presentation, and very few experimental research work is coming up nowadays. So
Yes, sir.
it's
Yes,
good
sir.
is experimental.
Thank you, sir.
My
Thank you.
question
Yes, sir.
regarding the cost increase or cost escalation because of your FRP
Yes, yes.
support to the
Yes.
Your comment on that.
Yes, sir. Sir, GFRP cost is very low as compared to, because nowadays the carbon fibers and embroidered fiber are also useful. But as compared to the GFRP rate is very low as compared to the carbon fibers and all remaining fibers. So that's why it is economical, sir, for any other construction work.
Can you give us an idea about for 1 square meter of construction, what will be that cost?
Sir, minimum 1,000 rupees for Indian rupees for 1 meter square, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Sanjeev.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You have done a very good experiment because some of my work is working on concrete as well.
Okay,
so,
sir.
I would like to know how much the percentage of GFRP that you include.
Okay.
You mix it in your concrete. How much is the percentage of GFRP strips that that you include in your concrete mixing?
No, sir. Yes, the strips are useful for top surface of the beam, sir. That's why the 1600 mm by 100 mm and 1000 mm by 100 mm and 600 mm by 100 mm length and width wise using on top surface of the beam, sir, not including in concrete, sir.
Oh, it's not mixing together with the concrete. It
Yes,
just
sir.
apply on the surface.
Apply on the surface. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That strips is available for to apply on the top surface of the concrete, sir.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
How much the strength that it will increase? Can you repeat your results?
Sir. Yes, sir. So minimum, sir, 80 to 85% strength is increased as compared to the control beam, sir. As a single layer, double layer, suppose you can use the 3 layers, that will be beneficial to you, sir. Up to 80%, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sanjeev.
Okay. Okay.
All right. So thank you so much.
Okay.
And now let's proceed. I will call again Murtaza Joya to present the paper, The Effect of Glass Fiber on Fly Ash-Based Geopolymer Concrete Using Recycled Aggregates.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
All
right, sir, can you please now share your screen?
Once I have shared, I don't know where it has gone. Just a minute, ma'am.
Sir Murtaza?
Yes, just a minute, ma'am. It needs Zoom ID.
All right. Okay, again, I would remind all presenters to be mindful of the allotted time, which is 8 minutes per presentation for us to be on schedule. Thank you. And also, please ready your presentation or PowerPoint. I think Mortaza is on here.
Sorry, ma'am. I'm unaccustomed with Zoom. I don't know why it's not sharing. I already opened my PPT.
All right, I will tell the technical team so that they can assist you, sir. All right, I will call you later again. It is okay, sir, to you, sir? I will call you again later. All right, let's move on. Let's move on. Again, I will call you Aishwarya Rastuge. To present the paper Cosmetic Herbal Hair Oil Preparation and Evaluation. Aishwarya. All right, let's move on again. Let's move on to Sharanabasava Patil to present the paper Experimental Investigation on Open Graded Friction Cores using Recycled Concrete Aggregates.
Okay, thank you, madam. Shall I share my screen? Hello?
Yes, can you please now share your screen, sir?
Okay, thank you, madam. Okay,
All
is
right.
it visible?
Yes, sir, you are. Now you can now proceed, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, madam. Good morning, everyone, and good morning for all the session chairs and all the participants here. Today, I am presenting my experimental research on experimental investigation on open graded friction cores using recycled concrete aggregates. Okay, the co-authors are Vidyashri, Ravichandra, and Kumar. Biography. I am presently working as assistant professor in the Department of Civil Engineering at BITM Ballari, Karnataka, India. Earlier that, I worked as quality control engineer in the state highway project at Vishwas Enterprises, Hubballi. I have completed my BE in civil engineering at BVBCET Hubballi and also my master's in transportation engineering and management at BMS College of Engineering, Bangalore, Karnataka. This is my biography. Coming to the abstract of my present research paper. In this paper, we have carried out the research on open graded friction grooves, which is also known as porous asphalt as well as open graded mix. It is used as a surface course in flexible pavement or bituminous pavement. The advantages of using the OGFC in flexible pavement is first one is permeability as well as the drainage properties to drain up the water from the pavement surface easily and not to allow the water to penetrate to the underlying layers of the flexible pavement. Considering its advantages, we have selected OGFC. The earlier research study showed that the viscosity grade bitumen like VG10, VG20, VG30 and VG40 does not show the better results. So we adopted the modified binders like PMB, CRMB. For our study, we have selected PMB 40 grade considering the temperature conditions as well as the terrain conditions of our Karnataka state. In this study, we have also used another material that is recycled concrete aggregate, which is a byproduct of construction and demolition process. So in this process, we replaced research work. We used recycled concrete aggregates as a replacement of natural or conventional aggregates in the ratio of 10 to 50% with an increment of 10% using PMB 40 as a binder as well as herboshell fiber as a stabilizing agent to provide the good binding as well as good strength to the open graded mixes. From our results, we concluded that about 40% of the natural aggregates can be replaced by the recycled concrete aggregates. Now I will explain my experimental work. Coming to the introduction, I have already told open graded mixes are being used in all over the world from 1950, considering its advantages of better drainage system and permeability, as well as enhanced surface friction and reduction in the noise due to movement of the vehicles over the road surface. In this earlier studies showed viscosity grade bitumens are rejected for to be used in the open graded mixes. So we have selected modified binder like a PMB40 as a binder, as well as orboshell fiber to provide the proper binding as a stabilizing agent. And also to reduce the use of natural aggregates, we have selected one more reusable material, that is construction demolition waste, known as recycled concrete aggregate. Okay, the main objectives of my study was, first one, to assess the suitability of the recycled concrete aggregates compared to the natural aggregates, whether these aggregates will satisfy the results of natural aggregates to be used in the open graded mixes or not. Second one, to determine the optimum binder content, whether the quantity of the binder required is less or higher. And then third one, optimum replacement of natural aggregates by the recycled concrete aggregates. Up to what percentage we can use the recycled concrete aggregates to provide good results or to get the good strength in case of open graded mixes. Okay, coming to the materials. The materials required for bituminous or open graded mixes or aggregates, whether it may be coarse aggregate or fine aggregate, and then recycled concrete aggregates, because we are replacing the natural aggregates by recycled concrete aggregates. Here we are using PMB40 as a binder because this is a flexible pavement, or in case of rigid pavement, we will use cement as the binding agent. Okay, these are the tests to be carried out to assess the suitability of the aggregates to be used in open graded mixes as per specified by the MoT, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, India. Okay, cleanliness test, cortical shapes, combined flatness and elongation index. Strength test, there are three types: loss angle subrasion, aggregate impact and crushing strength, water absorption, specific gravity and stripping test. Okay, these are the properties carried out for the natural aggregates and recycled concrete aggregates, where we may observe the test results for natural aggregates and recycled concrete aggregates. Those are the compared with the standard results or specifications mentioned by the MoT. All the both materials, natural aggregates as well as recycled concrete aggregates, satisfied the results as per the specification of the MoT. And all the test results showed better results which are within the specified or permissible limits. Now coming to second one, PMB40 binder. We have procured this material from Mangalore refineries, Karnataka. To assess the suitability of the PMB40 binder, these are the tests like penetration, flash point, softening point, specific gravity, suppression test, and thin film woven test. These tests to be performed to assess the suitability of the PMB40 binder. Okay, the results what we got for the PMB40, considering the property, those showed the results within the specified limits, IRC SP53. Okay, to test the PMB40, we will use specifications of IRC SP53 code book. IRC is nothing but Indian Road Congress. From the test results, it has concluded that we may use PMB40 binder for our study. Next, coming to the Herbocell fiber, we have procured Herbocell fiber from the Smart Technologies, Bangalore, and they have given the characteristics of the Herbocell fiber, physical appearance, cellulose content in the Herbocell fiber, average fiber length and thickness, bulk density and temperature resistance, and its pH value also. Coming to the methodology, to prepare the samples for our project, we use Marshall method for the preparation of the samples. I said to carry out for the preparation of the samples, we need aggregate gradation, and also we have to know what is the percentage of the materials and set of sieves. Okay, 19 mm, 12.5 mm, 9.5, 4.75 mm, 2.6 and 75 micron. These are the set of the sieves and also as well as the size of the aggregates. Percentage of passing specified by the ASTM 7064M. This is the code book we have referred. So here the size of the nominal aggregates is 13.2 mm because the percentage passing 19 mm is 100%. For our aggregate gradation, we have adopted mid gradation. Here we have 100, 85 to 100. We have taken the average. The total quantity of the aggregates required for the preparation of one sample is 1200 gram. So we have divided the quantity of the aggregates and we have prepared the samples with the PMB as well as herboshell fiber. Methodology to decide the suitability as well as to determine the optimum binder content. The 4 tests are compulsory. First one is percentage air voids. Second one is drain down. Third one is abrasion loss, and fourth one is permeability. So for the preparation of the samples for all these tests, we have adopted Marshall method. For after preparing the samples, we have to check for all those 4 tests. We have varied the binder content from 6 to 8% with an increment of 0.5%. For each binder content, we have prepared 3 trial samples. Okay. To determine the OBC, I said these 4 tests are necessary and the permissible results are the air void content in the mix or in the sample should be in between 18 to 22%. The drain down value should not exceed 0.3% by the total weight. And then third one is abrasion loss should not exceed 25%, means less than 25%. Coefficient of permeability greater than 100 meter per day. Okay, here I said 6 to 8% we have used for each binder content. We have prepared 3 samples and we calculated the test results for percentage air voids after preparing the Marshall samples. We have noted down the theoretical specific gravity as well as bulk specific gravity by measuring the height as well as the diameter of the samples. And the drain down is nothing but it will be carried out for the uncompacted asphalt mixes. Okay, it is only suitable for open graded as well as stone matrix asphalt. It will not be carried out for the dense graded mixes like bituminous concrete and then dense bituminous macadam. And then Cantabro abrasion loss to determine the strength of the open graded mixes as well as permeability for the drainage properties. How the water will be drained out from the pavement surface in a short time or less time. Okay. For 6% binder content, these are the results. You may observe here as the binder content increases, the air voids content decreased. Similarly, as the binder content increased, drain down value increased. And then similarly for Cantabro abrasion loss, as the binder content increased, Cantabro abrasion loss decreased. As the binder content increased, permeability value decreased here. And then I told percentage air void should be in between 18 to 22, drain down should be less than 0.3 and Cantabro abrasion loss should be less than 25% and permeability greater than 100 mm. So considering these parameters, 7.5% value is selected as optimum binder content because here 18.96 is within 18 to 22, 0.28 is less than 0.3, 23.97 less than 25, 103 greater than 100. So we have selected 7.5% as the binder content, optimum binder content to carry out the further test to determine the optimum replacement of recycled concrete aggregates. These are the graphical representation. As the binder content increased, percentage air voids decreased. As the binder content increased, drain down value increased. As the binder content decreased, increased, Cantabro abrasion loss decreased. As the binder content increased, permeability decreased. Next, the test properties for test results for determination of optimum replacement of recycled concrete aggregates. We have fixed the optimum binder content as 7.5%. Using this binder content, we have prepared the Marshall specimens, and again we have tested for these three specimens. We have already known as the air-wide content increases, permeability increases. As the air-wide content decreases, permeability decreases. So here we replaced the natural aggregates by 10, 20, 30, 40, and 50% of recycled concrete aggregates, and the test results are shown here. So I will show the graphical representation here. As the percentage of recycled concrete aggregate increased, we got percentage air wides increased and also showed within limit. Similarly, as the percentage of recycled concrete aggregate increased, drain down value decreased here. And then as the percentage of recycled concrete aggregate increased, Cantabro abrasion loss decreased up to 40%. And then again, after the addition of 15%, Cantabro abrasion loss increased. Here we may observe for 40%, our air wide result is in between 18 to 22. Then drain down less than 0.3 and Cantabro abrasion loss is less than 25. So we have rejected 50% because Cantabro abrasion loss is greater than the 25%, as well as the percentage of air wide is greater than 22. So we adopted 40%. Okay, these are the samples. This is for drain down test. This is for the abrasion loss. For abrasion loss test, we have used Los Angeles abrasion testing machine. For 10 minutes, we have required around 300 revolutions per minute. So the speed of the Los Angeles abrasion machine is 30 to 33 revolutions per minute. So we have carried out only for 10 minutes. Okay, coming to the results and discussion, material selected for the study satisfied the results as per the MORT requirements, as well as considering the properties like percentage air wides, drain down, and permeability, as well as Cantabro abrasion loss. We adopted the optimum binder content as 7.5%. Increase in binder content showed decrease in percentage of air wides and Cantabro abrasion value and permeability. Increase in drain down of the mix. Increase in percentage of recycled aggregates as replacement of natural aggregates. Considering all those properties, we may adopt up to 40% as replacement of natural aggregates. So coming to the conclusion, by testing the physical properties of aggregates, we may say that these aggregates can be used in open graded mixes as replacement of natural aggregates, because these materials show the better results along with the natural aggregates. And we may use these material like that is recycled concrete aggregates in open graded mixes as replacement of natural aggregates up to 40%. Okay, these are the references we have referred for our study. Thank you. Okay, any doubts?
All right, thank you so much. Any question from chairs?
Yeah. Sharan.
Good morning, sir.
Bhavasa.
Hello.
Okay. So this will reduce the friction for the tire and the road as well?
Sir, it will provide better friction between the road and tire. We may observe due to movement of the vehicle along with the road surface, we may observe that higher level of noise. So it will reduce the noise with the friction with the road surface.
The next question is the recycled, I mean the concrete aggregate, what you are saying, whether it is available in that much of quantities which are required to construct the road.
In Bangalore, there is one crusher, raw crystals at Yelahanka. They will separate the materials, whatever the size you require for the aggregates, 12 mm, 20 mm. That is the one crusher we know that is in Bangalore.
Okay. Any treatment is required to, sir, that aggregates?
No, sir. No treatment is required. In that crusher, no treatment is required, sir. For the construction demolition waste, we have already known this is the concrete aggregates. Cement is coated with the aggregates. In that crusher, cement particles will separate down. We will get the purely aggregate particles. Only 0.5 or 0.1% of the cement particle will be coated with the aggregates. That is negligible. 99.99% of the cement which is quoted to the aggregates will be removed.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you. You may observe here, sir. I have showed the pic of that. Yes, sir.
Right.
This is
So thank you so much.
Yeah, hello,
hello, sir.
Mr. Sharana Basaya.
Sharana
Yeah.
Basawa, sir. Okay.
Yeah, I would like to know, okay,
Yes.
normally the main problem in urban development is it is because the rainwater cannot infiltrate into the ground
Yes,
at the tar seal road, and due to the permeability problem. So
Okay.
in your case, when you apply this what do you call that?
Recycled concrete aggregate, open
Yeah,
graded mixture.
recycled concrete aggregate.
Ah,
So
sir.
you have conducted the experiment as the binder content increased from 6 to 8%,
Ah, sir.
then the permeability rate will be
Yes.
reduced as well. And you did present the list of numbers of the permeability coefficient, right? Well, can you share with us how do you get these permeability coefficients? Can you share with us?
Hello.
Yeah. Can you share with us how to get the permeability coefficient?
Permeability or commodity, sir?
Coefficient. Because you have presented in the slides that as the binder content is increased, then the coefficient of the permeability will be reduced. So can you share with us how do you get this permeability coefficient?
Sir, for permeability test, we have used a variable permeability test. Here, what we have said, here the quantity of the aggregates will be, coarse aggregate will be more as compared to the finer portion of the aggregate. As the air voids in between the aggregates increases, there will be a passage or more number of voids. In that voids, water will pass easily and it will drain out from the surface easily. So it will not enter the underlying layers of the flexible filament, and also the presence of the water moisture will be removed easily as compared to the dense graded mixes. In dense graded mixes, the percentage of the coarse aggregate as well as fine aggregate will be at the same percentage. So here the quantity of the coarse aggregates is more, so we may reduce, we may allow the water to penetrate or to flow away, to flow from the surface easily and to drain easily.
Okay, okay,
as
thank
the
you.
air voids content increases, permeability increases. Means as the voids are more, water will flow through the voids. If there are no voids, water will not flow easily. It may penetrate into the underlying layers.
Yeah, correct, correct. Yeah, I agree with it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so thank you so much, Sir
Okay,
Patel and our session chairs. And now, I may call again Aishwarya Rastuget to present the paper Cosmetic Herbal Hair Oil Preparation and Evaluation. Ma'am Aishwarya. Can you please unmute your mic, ma'am? Hello?
Am I audible?
Yes, you are, ma'am. Can you please now share your screen?
Okay, okay.
Is there any technical problem, Madam?
No, there is not technical problem. There is some network
All
issue
right.
because it's raining outside. That's why it's quite. Hello. Hello. Is my screen audible? Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Okay. Thank you. My screen is showing.
It's coming.
Coming. Okay. Thank you. So, firstly, I will give my introduction. Myself, Aishwarya Rastogi, and I am pursuing my M.Pharma, Masters in Pharmacy from SRMS. And now I'm going to start my presentation on cosmetic hair oil, and it is like shared oil, herbal hair oil. Uh, Herbal hair oil with the help of essential oils and basic hair oils, and it is purely herbal. I have used many essential oils. Firstly, I would like to explain what is the herbal oil. Sorry, essential oils. Essential oils are the oils which are volatile in nature. Volatile means which can easily adjust in the atmosphere and are purely from the extracts of the plants or the parts of the plants. So in this presentation, uh, I have used rosemary oil, cedarwood oil, thyme oil, and virgin coconut oil, chamoline oil, tea tree oil, and pumpkin seed oil with olive oil. Now, firstly, I would like to explain what is hairs. Hairs is a very crucial component of the person's personality, and are having a wide variety of cosmetics which we use for the hair cares. But some of the cosmetics which are available in the market have their disadvantages or chemical reactions. With the result, they start making hair falls, and the goal of my herbal hair oil is to get rid of the baldness, alopecia, hair loss, hair graying, dryness, and dandruff. So I would like to start. Firstly, I have used rosemary oil. Rosemary oil is basically I have used for using the property like it increase the DHT. DHT is the hormone which increases the connectivity with the skull androgen receptors and prevent the hair loss. Secondly, I have used cedarwood oil. So cedarwood oil is used for the improving of the blood circulation, as the blood circulation is very important in our hair loss, because if there is a low rate to the hair loss in a great quantity, for the betterment of the hair, we can avoid dirt, we can keep our skull clean, we can nourish it, we can use proteins, antioxidants, fatty acids, vitamins for the betterment or nourishment of the skull. We can just for basically we can oiling the skull, because when we oil the skull, the blood circulation increases. So it is very important to increase the circulation to skull, increase the absorption of other products and ingredients like we can use very herbal products like henna, like avla. These are the products which keep the skull calm, cool, and increases the circulation. We can avoid the dirt also. Secondly, we have used lime oil is basically is increase the blood flow and rejuvenates the hair follicles, promotes the hair that started the phases of the hair growth. There are three phases of the hair growth. Number first is telogen, catagen, and anagen. The hair bulb started growing. There are different parts of the hair, and the basic is hair bulb. So here it is in the telogen phase. It has started growing from the hair bulb. It take 1 to 2 weeks, and after that, that is a catagen phase. Then the hair start growing, and it takes 4 to 6 weeks. And the last stage is anagen. Then anagen is the final stage in which the hair fall started, and it take 12 to 16 weeks. The phase which resists is 12 to 16 weeks. Next is chamomile oil. Chamomile is basically an anti-inflammatory properties. It is a very natural anti-inflammatory properties which reduce the inflammation which is occurs in the skull due to the external use of chemicals by the different types of herbal with the different type of cosmetics we use on the skull. It also smoothen the skull and remove the dandruff issues or psoriasis and dermatitis from the skull. Then next are using tea tree oil. Tea tree oil is a very essential and very uh, property of the tea tree oil is cool in nature, and it produce anti-androgen properties, antifungal properties, and antibacterial properties. Anti-androgen properties are those when the level of androgen hormones increases, then it leads to the hair fall, but it is containing anti-androgen properties. Then second is antifungal. Some of the times we get infections in the on the skull due to the sweating or due to excessive use of cosmetics, which includes very harmful chemicals. So it is basically used for antifungal properties and antibacterial properties. Next, we are using pumpkin seed oils. It is a have a vital range of zinc and strong the hairs, as well as inhibits the 5AR to block. It is a DHT blocker. It blocks that action, and it has a vital amount of zinc which is used to strengthen the hair follicles. Next, we are using olive oils. Olive oils is basically used to lower the DHT hormone, which is common cause of hair fall, and it is a common cause of dandruff and itching also. It is basically used for psoriasis also. Now, next is castor oil. Castor oil, it is used to stimulate the blood flow of the hair follicles, promoting hair growth and wellness, and also treats the skull with itchiness and dandruffs. Second, and lastly, we are using virgin coconut oil. We are using it as a base in this formulation because these all the eight are the essential oils except castor oil. So we need a base, and coconut virgin oil is very important because it contains a lot of protein in it, when which is very useful for the hairs to prevent shininess, to prevent growing, and it prevents antifungal as well as antibacterial properties. These are the products which I have used. Now, this is the formulation. I have used these 9 oils, and these are the amount which I have used. Then there is the evaluation, which I have evaluated from different procedures. So number first, for the organoleptic properties, I have used, when I saw the color of the formulation, it is greenish brown, and the odor is characterized, but it means that it has a different type of smelly odor, which actually hits the nostrils of the nose. It has a specific gravity. It has viscosity of 0.954 poises. It is very viscous, but it can be easily applied on the skull. The pH of this is 6.6, which is nearly not highly acidic and not nearly basic. It is acidic in nature, as well as it has no harm, as it is acidic, but it has no harm on the skull. Then next is we have calculated supination value. Next we have tested the irradiation test. Irradiation test has been done on the albino reds. I have applied the uh, solution, or I have applied the formulation on the albino reds regularly for 1 week, and there is no irritation caused by this herbal hair oil. So it is very safe and it is very pure. We can use it on it. And we have refractive index. We have measured it by refractometers, and other properties which I have mentioned are the organoleptic properties, and oil can be applied easily on head, on skull, without any irritation test. Now I will like to close my and my presentation with saying that this oil has no adverse effect, or with a low adverse effect, because I have used all the herbal parts of the plants, and these are extracted from the plant or the fruits of the plant. At all of the criteria were found to be within the acceptable limits, because all the components includes have several benefits. This oil will aids in hair development, changing gray hair to black, preventing dandruff, and result in a glossy hairs and in a growth of the hairs. These are the references which I have used for this formulation. Thank you.
All right, so thank you so much. Any question from our chairs?
Yeah, hello.
Yes. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Can I know which oil is the best to treat gray hair and baldness? Which oil?
So actually, the oils which I'm using in this, basically the tea tree oil is a very essential part in keeping the gray hairs to black.
Okay.
That's why I have used the tea tree oil.
Okay. How about baldness? How do you treat the baldness?
Yes. So the basic property of the baldness is when the DTH level, DTH hormone increases in our body. So I have used pumpkin seed oil as well as rosemary oil for blocking the receptors, which increase the level of DHT in our hormones.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Hi. Nirzar?
Yeah,
Yes. Nirzar?
No, I have no questions for this presentation.
Question?
Okay.
Oh. All right. So thank you so much. So thank you so much, Restuge. And now I will invite again Mortaza Julia to present the paper, The Effect of Glass Fiber on Fly Ash-Based Geopolymer Concrete Using Recycled Aggregates.
Hello everyone.
Hello.
Hello everyone. Wish you guys luck and success.
You're here and Yes, can you now please proceed to your presentation, sir?
Yeah. First of all, I want to start by the permission of respected Vice Dean for Academic, Vice Chancellor, and all other participants, and special thanks to ICIRET. I'm Murtaza Joya. I'm originally from Afghanistan. I have done my MTech in Construction Technology and Management at Chandigarh University. I think I'm facing some internet issue. Okay, please, next page. Yeah, I have already told about my biography, and I will go to abstract. Next page, please. Yeah, abstract. My title is actually about the effect of glass fiber on fly-ash-based geopolymer concrete. In this experimental study, I have studied the role of glass fiber on fly-ash-based geopolymer concrete with recycle aggregate is discussed in this study. This recycle aggregate is sourced from the storage of waste materials in Chandigarh University concrete laboratory. The recycle aggregate were incorporated as a partial substitute for natural coarse aggregate in geopolymer concrete at 50, 80, and 100% by weight. And the result were compared to natural coarse aggregate with the same ratios. In this experiment, class A fly ash is utilized as the source material for the geopolymer concrete. In addition, the test has been performed as compressive strength test according to ASTM C39 in flexure strength according to Indian standard and split tensile strength. Next page, please. Yeah, geopolymer concrete. Actually, the world of civil engineering is developed too much in investigation and experiments to achieve the best durability and strength of concrete. We all know that manufacturing of Portland cement release large amount of carbon dioxide, as you see in the picture. For producing or for making a cement concrete, we need coarse aggregate, fine aggregate, cement, and water. After projecting cement concrete, and there is a huge amount of carbon dioxide has been produced, which it really harms the climate, and it is not good for the environment. On the other side, if we go to geopolymer concrete, like we can use recycle aggregate waste materials from power plants, and we can use the evaporation of water, and then we can have a very less amount of carbon dioxide, which it is very good for environment. And this geopolymer has been taken from three words like geo as earth, and poly as many, and mere as parts. Like we can have it from the waste materials. Next page, please. Yeah, methodology collection of samples. Like I have used these 5 materials to done my experiment. First one is sodium hydroxide or caustic soda, which I got it from Delhi, and sodium silicate, glass fiber, fly ash. This fly ash was sourced from local area near Mohali, Karar, India, and recycle aggregate. Why I has used this recycle aggregate? Because the concrete includes almost 55 to 80% of aggregates. To reduce this usage of natural aggregate, recycle aggregate can be also used. Like usage of recycle aggregate helps to economic and increasing of waste material. And next page, please. Yeah, these are the pictures of materials which I have used. It is caustic soda, sodium silicate, glass fiber, and middle is me during my experiment, and that one is the last one is fly ash. Next page, please. How to make geopolymer concrete? Before going to this part, I have followed this mix design, which is updated. It is Indian standard 2019. For making geopolymer concrete, the first step, sodium hydroxide solution with a specific concentration were prepared in each section. This solution is then mixed with sodium silicate, and the sodium hydroxide solution was prepared 24 hours before use to control the temperature rise caused by its dissolution in water. Second factor is after that on the days of the experiment in laboratory. First, natural coarse aggregate and fine aggregates were mixed in a fine mixer of laboratory. For about 4 to 5 minutes thereafter, fly ash was added according to the specified amount, and mixing was continued for about 2 minutes, and then as per proposed mix design according to Indian standard 2019, the specified amount of glass fiber was added in each trial. After completion of mixing, the workability of fresh concrete was mix was determined by slump and compaction factor test following BSEN 12350 procedure. Please next page. It's also continuing here in this picture. The right one, you can see I'm taking slump test, and the second picture, I have already mixed my materials and it is ready for the specimens. So in this part, all specimens were cast properly and horizontally in 3 layers. Each layer was tamped properly and vibrated for 10 seconds, and then specimens were put into oven for thermal curing and temperature maintained at 90 degrees Celsius for 24 hours. After thermal curing, geopolymer concrete samples were kept at normal temperature and tested for 7 and 28 days and then reported, which the report is on next slide. Next page. Here you can see the picture. I have done my 24-hour geopolymer. I have put it on oven, and now I am bringing out of oven, and the second picture, I have sorted all of my samples at a normal temperature of a room, which was almost 25 to 30 degrees Celsius. Next page, please. This picture is also the same procedure, like you can see the oven which I was putting my samples, and the first picture was I was taking out of from oven, and it was really hot. I was using paper, and the second one is this time I am sorting my materials after 24 hours, putting in oven. And one thing that I have realized is after 24 hours, if we test our materials or our samples, we already got 70 to 80% of our strength. It is only you can see in geopolymer concrete. Next page, please. Yeah, this is a result. You can see I have written the mixtures. Compressive strength was on megapascal, tensile strength, flexure strength, all was based on megapascal, and the curing time is for 7 days and 28 days. Like number one is for 7 days, if we use a geopolymer concrete using natural aggregate, it will be 52 megapascal, and for 28 days, it will be 69. And for tensile strength, for 7 days, it will be 4.6, and for 28 days, it will be 5. And for flexure strength, for 7 days, it will be 9, and for 28 days, it will be 12. And it's all, if I talk all of them, maybe it takes too much time. At the end of the calculation, I have explained all of this. Next page, please. Yeah, it's during testing materials, like it was the lowest one at 52.8. I have used 100% recycle aggregate and 3% glass fiber. Next page, please. Yeah, we'll go to the conclusion. This experimental study evaluates the effect of glass fiber on fly-ash-based geopolymer concrete using recycle aggregate, which determine the strength characteristic of glass fiber with different proportions and achieved the optimum value. On the other side, fly ash-based geopolymer painter has the ability to completely wipe cement and concrete and helps to prohibit global warming and to use waste material like fly ash applicably. And the factors which I have got from my experiment is number one is like if you add addition of 3% glass fiber by weight of concrete gained the maximum strength among the other proportion, which was seen 60% increasing in compressive strength, 80% increase in tensile strength, and 21% increase in flexure strength. As the mixture percentage increased, compressive strength, tensile strength, and flexure strength decreased gradually, 3%, 4%, and 8%. In this experiment, I have used 0.5% glass fiber, 1%, 2%, 3%, and 3.5%. 3% was my optimum which I has got, and 3% like you can gain the maximum strength, and 3.5% it will decrease like gradually 3%, 4%, and 8%. Next page, please. Yeah, this previous page. The other factor is the strength of geopolymer concrete decreased with increasing the recycled percentage for 50% replacement. The compressive strength decreased between 25 to 33%. This issue can be solved by adding fiber, and it is because of the loose mortar around the recycle aggregate, which is not allowing the proper bonding between alkaline activator solution to fly ash and aggregates. Next factor is increasing the temperature of oven during curing geopolymer concrete up to 80 to 90 degrees Celsius gained the maximum strength among the different concrete specimens. Hence, with further increasing the temperature to 100 to 120 degrees Celsius, no remarkable changes was seen. And the most important point is the last factor, which additional extra water to solid material had a significant impact on compressive strength of geopolymer concrete. By adding water to 10 kg per cubic meter, the compressive strength of geopolymer concrete gained. I have used 20 kg and 30 kg also, but compared to all, 10 kg is the most optimum value that you can use it. Next page, please. And finally, it was appendix, and I didn't mention my references. Yeah, if any question, please, you can ask.
All right, so thank you so much. Any question from our chairs?
Yeah. Then you intend
Yes,
to use polymer concrete for which application typically?
Actually, sir, I have mentioned that by producing like 1 ton of cement, you are going to produce 1 ton of carbon dioxide. First one was to reduce the climate changes, and the geopolymer is a very eco-friendly material for environment. And the second one is geopolymer is a new material. I was interested to go through it.
Okay, whether this is commercially viable?
Actually, sir, you can use like bricks of fly ash with
do you think
fly
that
ash. There's one university in Australia which is 100% geopolymer concrete. It has been made. It shows that it is possible. And the
Okay,
main
thank
point is okay. Welcome.
Yeah, Murtaza,
Yes, sir.
yeah, you have mentioned that by using this geopolymer concrete, the compression strength will increase, fractural strength it will increase as well, tensile strength will increase for certain percentage as well. How about the costs? Do you study about the cost compared to the ordinary concrete?
Actually, sir, geopolymer is 100%, is 0% cement. So you are using fly ash with a very least amount of sodium silicate and sodium hydroxide for making them for a bending.
Yeah.
So fly
How
ash
about
you
the
can
cost?
find it from anywhere. Like it is 1 kg is 1 bag of 50 kg you can buy in India by 1 piece only. And these days they're using this fly ash on road construction also.
Yeah, you can get it from the coal mining, if I were not mistaken.
Yeah, power plants.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, and our session chairs. And now let's proceed to the next presenter. I invite Aishwarya Rastuga again to present the paper, The Use of Plant-Derived Ingredients in the Treatment of Hair Loss Due to the Alopecia androgenetica and Alopecia areata.
Hello.
Hello, madam.
Yes. Can I share my screen now?
Yes, you can share your screen now, madam.
Okay, just wait a second. So, good morning, all of you. Now I'm going to discuss the review paper, the use of the plant-derived ingredients in the treatment of hair loss due to alopecia androgenata and alopecia areata. So, firstly, I would like
Sorry,
to...
madam, your share screen is not showing now.
Now it is
I can see.
showing. Okay, thank you.
Please load.
So, I'm going to discuss here about the use of the plant-derived ingredients in the treatment of the hair loss due to the alopecia androgenata and alopecia areata. So, firstly, I would like to introduce myself Aishwarya Rastogi. Recently, I'm pursuing my M.Pharm from SRMS EET Bareilly, and I have completed my Bachelor's of Pharmacy from Rohilkhand University from Bareilly, and it has been completed in 2019. And I am currently working on my project with my mentor, Samuel Akhtar sir. So, the mainly hair loss. Firstly, I would like to tell hair loss. Hair loss is commonly referred as baldness or alopecia or it is a loss of hair of anyone's head or any part of the body. At a very least, the head is usually engaged, and hair loss can range in intensity from a patches to the full body. It is started with a tiny patches on the body or the skull, then it just start existing on all the bodies. Here we are discussing about the alopecia and its characteristics, a classic or a typical type of forms. We will discuss about the treat. Hello.
Sorry, your PowerPoint is not audible, madam.
But it is showing it on my screen, and I have shared my screen. Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, but your screen is not.
Ma'am, it is showing it on my screen, and it has been shared. Can I continue?
All right, please continue to your presentation, madam. Thank you. Can you please now continue?
Okay. So I will discuss about the types of the alopecia. There are different, mainly 5 types of alopecia which are found in the world. Number first is alopecia areata in a single or a unifocal plaque. It means it just it covers the area with a single or a oval shape or in a flat or circular way. Then second is multifocal plaques. It started damaging the skull at the different parts of the skull. Third is alopecia areata. It is just started with the hairs, as well as it includes the face also, and it usually happens to the men society of the world. Then fourth is the alopecia totalis. It affects the whole or completely terminal hairs of the skull. It does not affect any part of the body or hairs. Next is alopecia universal. It affects all the parts of the body, includes skull, eyelashes, eyebrows, braids, armpits, genital regions, etc. And the factors affecting the hair growth is heredity. It may be hereditary. It may be just because of genetic reasons. It may be due to nutrition. If we are not taking proteins, fats in a proper amount, then it may cause the hair growth. Then it is sometimes it may be caused by exercises. Like if we work out for a long time, then it has started sweating in the hairs, which called dirtness, and it just loosened the hair bulbs, and due to which it started hair falls. Some of the time health issues, like if someone is suffering from cancer or someone is still suffering from typhoid, then in this condition the nutrition of the body get deteriorated and it is start hair loss. And sometimes chemical or drug reaction, sometimes it is the side effect of the chemicals which we use for the cosmetics on our hair or skulls. It is due to the hormonal change, as per I have mentioned, that the DHT hormone is basically responsible for the hair loss. Sometimes it is just due to birth control pills or contraceptives which female takes, and it is the main cause in women is emotional stress and trauma. Some of the time, if any shock is given, is any unfavorable condition happen to the person, and the person goes in a trauma or in a very deep shock, and it is having a stress or it is a condition of depression, then also it can affect the hair growth. Secondly, we are discuss the stages of the hair loss. There are mainly 8 stages. Number 1 stage is that it starts very low condition. The hair loss is at very small amount of hair loss. It is a very initial stage. In the second stage, it's starting showing patches. In the third stage, from the front hair, from the front, the hair start getting losses. The fourth stage is it starts losing the hair from the between of the skull. Then at the fifth stage, the patches become bigger and bigger. Sixth stage, the only hairs are left on the skull on the sides. And the eighth stage is there are very few hairs left on the skull. And the last stage, all the hairs just shed off from the skull and there is no hair left on the skull. Then next I will discuss about the the stages of the alopecia. Number first, that I have told that it is a stage of solitary patches. There are simple patches. Then second stage, it started patching of 3 or 4 patches or more than that. Third stage, it started losing the hair of the body. And the fifth stage, it completely hair loss. As I'm showing, it also includes the all over body, armpits, private areas, genital areas. It included that also. The main causes of alopecia areata is malnutrition. It means the deficiency of nutrition, iron deficiency, HIV, AIDS, hormonal imbalance, fungal infection, radiations, chemotherapies, high level of male hormones, and genetics. Malnutrition is the deficiency of the nutrition of the protein. Iron is a basic nutrition which is actually used for the growth of the hairs. HIV and AIDS is a type of a disease which has no cure right now. HIV is having a cure, but AIDS is not. So, and then next is hormonal imbalance. When there is a change in the hormones, the hair starts shedding off. Fungal infections due to some of fungus which affect the body parts. It is due to fungal infection, radiation and chemotherapy. Radiation and basically chemotherapies are done after the cancer surgeries or before the cancer surgeries. So for the cancer patients, we just tell them that there will be a huge amount of hair loss from your body and every part of your body. Then the high level of DHT hormones. And the next is genetics. It is maybe due to the genetics, or if your any of the family member is having a problem of alopecia, then it may come to you because it is sometimes genetic also. Then next is who does alopecia affects? Actually, it mainly affects both these societies, male as well as a female society, but it actually affects more females than the males because it is just due to stress and it is due to menopause or birth control pills. And it has no skin disorder. Alopecia areata can tends or can occur mostly in child's teens. Nowadays it's happening to everyone, and it is not especially for the old age, not it is all especially for the teens or it is adults. It is affecting all over the world. These are the different types of alopecia. Number first is androgenic alopecia. It is due to heredity or hormonal imbalance, and it shows a small patch, 1 or 2 patches. Then alopecia areata, it is just due to immune breaking. When your immunity or malnutrition happens, it starts patching, just different types. Then traction alopecia, which actually starts from the front area of the skull, and it is due to the mechanical damage or thermal impacts. It means when we are using a lot of hair cosmetics on our skull, then it is happens due to this. Then next is telogen alopecia. It is the very first stage I have told, telogen. It happens due to stress or childbirth. It is seen in many studies, or we have studied that after the childbirth there is a huge number of hair loss. Then it is a type of telogen alopecia. and last is alopecia. It is just due to radiation therapy or chemotherapies. At the conclusion, since the ancient times, the state of hair has been the subject of the interest of the human civilization. Alopecia can be occurred due to depression, environmental issues is one of the biggest problem among urban cities. So, with the aid of this paper, we believe that the certain natural herbal medicines can treat alopecia without side effects. These multi-side constituents herbal extract may cure alopecia either by offering dietary supplements or serving a blocker of DHT and 5-alpha reductase. There are several natural germs of active constituents of volatile oils that can use as aromatherapy to treat alopecia by enhancing the circulation of skull blood. And these are the references which I have used to refer and complete the paper. Thank you.
All right,
Yeah,
so thank you so
Aishwarya.
much, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah, Aishwarya, I just wanted to know which type of dietary supplement would be most influential in this hair loss treatment.
So can you just repeat the question, please?
I want to ask that which dietary supplements is most influential in controlling the hair loss.
So actually we can just include the high amount of proteins and iron. For the like iron we can use pomegranate and mainly some natural things which are used to increase the level of iron as well as proteins, because these are the two main things which just involves the high growth of hairs. Sea cod liver oil we can also use. These are the just some examples of protein, high proteins and high iron.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right, so thank you so much. And now let's proceed to the next presenter. I invite Anjali Sess to present the paper challenges and experiences of single lady traveler as study. Hello, Anjali Sess.
I'm just sharing my screen.
All right, so all right, now you can proceed to your presentation, ma'am. Thank you.
A very good morning to one and all present over here. I, Anjali Sess, Assistant Professor from Chitkara University, will be presenting my paper on challenges and experience of a single lady traveler, a study with reference to the hotel in the New Delhi. The authors for the paper are me and my co-author, that is Ms. Gurjeet Kaur. Starting with the abstract of my paper, this paper is about a single lady traveler. As we all know that the females nowadays believe in traveling alone, and they have been traveling for the professional and for a business purpose and also for a leisure purpose. So from one location to another, so they opt for an adventure, freedom, and the sense of a fulfillment and individuality and escape. So the preference for a single lady travelers nowadays have been very important, and they prefer to have a safe environment. So this study has also helps to the hotel owners and managers to require changes in order to focus more proactively on the future in order to meet the needs of a female customers, and also to evaluate the quality and technological interference. So the literature review, we have gone through these three main important things, whereas we have concerned with the major importantly about their preferences, their need while traveling, As we all know, when a single lady is traveling, and there are a lot of things which has been a requirement, or you can say the necessity for a solo lady traveler. So these are the three categories where we have studied. The first one is we have studied about the basic amenities which is being offered by the hotel for a single lady traveler. And whereas we can see there is an the single lady opt for hotels like ITC or a Leela group of a hotel or a Taj group of a hotel, where they prefer more security and safety is been around. And nowadays, as we can see that the hotels like Oberoi's or a Taj or a Leela, they have these separate floors where the ladies can stay over there. And especially we see the ITC who has taken the initiative saying about the hotel. They have been giving a preference for the ladies, as given a EVA floor. The entire floor of the hotel is only for a single lady traveler. The next major concern if for the single lady traveler or a solo traveler is a safety and a security. So for that, because we know while traveling there are a lot of risks which can happen, or during the stay also. So hotels nowadays have been taking a lot of precautions and a lot of safety measures, as there in every floor we can see there is a CCTV cameras, and there are CCTV cameras, and also the lady butlers who has been servicing even the guest request, or the person who is servicing their rooms have been serviced by the ladies. So this is the second paramount, which is more concern for all the single lady traveler for their safety and security. Thirdly, we have focused on the handle with care, as we know that every single guest is important for the hotel, but it's a major important thing to take care of the ladies and all the single lady travelers in the hotel. So everything, for the ladies, it's very important that they needs to be handled with care, and for giving a wow service, that's a major priority thing which is being focused by the hotel. And there have been care which has been given minute to minute care, we can say that, where the lady guest is being offered by when she's coming or arriving in the hotel. There are a lot of amenities, or you can say there are a lot of offers or the kit which has been provided by the hotel staff, whereas they can have a good view about the hotel, and also they may feel better for instance and staying for a further thing. So these are the three important things which we have studied. Research methodology, we have survey, we have taken the 100 there was a 15 objective questions where we have done a survey, and the questionnaires were passed on to the single lady travelers, where they have done mention about what was their experience, and how they feel about the hotel. And later this was also converted to a word chart, whereas they have been given, then there was a Nivo 12 software which was used to perform the qualitative research and the data analysis which we have done, where we have converted all the responses into the graphical representation. And then on the second phase we have review, and we have the open-ended questions. So here you can see this is a word cloud which depicts upon the about each and every single lady travelers who have been traveled in the city, in the Delhi city. We can say about occasionally or frequently, where the 100 respondent have focused on the word safety and security, which is a major concern. And also second major concern was the hygiene, and there was a major concern about the hygiene, the services, so amenities, and this all where this world cloud study, where we got to know about all these priorities about the single lady travelers. The next one is we have also studied the sentimental analysis table, So here in this table, we can see the chart which has been divided into the very negative, moderately negative, and moderately positive. Whereas there were a few questions where we have asked about their experience, how was their experience while traveling from the hotel, where they have met with an bad one, or what experience they had. And also there was a question which was concerned about the hotel, which they must take care for a single lady travelers. So here in this sentimental analysis which we have done, this table actually is indicate the experience of a good looking hotel which has turned into the bad one, which is a moderately negative. And it has been observed that throughout the changing of a hotel's rooms after hiring, it has been moderately negative and a moderately positive impact on the respondent sentiments, whereas looking for a facilities as a single lady travelers being provided in a hotel has a moderately positive influence of the respondent. Lastly, the most important bit of advice which was given while planning the first solo long term received maximum moderately positive response from the respondent. So these are the sentiment which has been done by the thematical analysis were conducted using auto code features. Coming to the last slides where we have spoken about the conclusion. So as per studying about the word cloud and also studied about the sentimental analysis, we have searched that since the women wants to travel alone, and they have been traveling frequently, or you can say occasionally, to their hotels, and they prefer to travel alone. And as a sustainable rise, so single lady travelers, as per a survey we have seen that it is 10, I mean it is more than a men nowadays, and it's been a double at least for the last 10 years. So the responded, whereas they have shared about their views, and it has shared about the views of the experience and the challenges which was there. So the study in the entire studies where the hotel owners and now the managers can understand that the majorly the ladies need a safety and security which needs to be measured, and that needs to be there in the hotel, because as per studies where we have find that the most of the ladies have been said that while traveling they prefer to acknowledge about the hotels, and they want to have a proper information through the site or local people while traveling. That's a basic need of their. And they have also prefers for proper for a certain requirement like amenities which needs to be provided while they have been traveling from one place to another. So this was all the conclusion which we have got from all the respondents, and through the analysis which we have done. And this was our references which we have taken through the some magazines and also from a few papers. So this was all about the paper. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you so much. Any question from our chairs?
Yeah, Anjali, whether you have done some kind of a need analysis for this study,
Yes,
whether it is really required as on date?
Yes, sir, it is very much required, and we have done the need analysis because, sir, actually, we were studying about a single lady preferences and their role and their motives while traveling. So there are a lot of needs for a single lady traveler, as in case of say about it can be about supplies or the amenities which needs to be offered, because you know, when a lady is traveling and is coming back to the hotel, she always want to feel wow, and she want to feel a safe and secure environment. So that study we have done where we have asked the questions, where the 15 question which we have asked, it was lined up according to their according to the preferences, according to the needs, and according to the each steps where we have thought about as a lady traveler, while she's traveling, what are the things she will be requiring for that. So definitely, sir, there was a need of this study, and especially in the hotel industry, which is a foremost requirement. And even in other also, as we know that the ladies have been traveling, so it's important. So as per my studies.
Will it be specific to the city, or will it be universally applied?
So it's particularly we have taken the study of the Delhi city, but definitely, sir, in every city there has been required of all these things where nowadays it's important to look as these parameters, because every single lady wants to fly, and there are females who are being have some kind of issues regarding the safety. So definitely in every city this has been happening, but our cities says about Delhi, which is in India, where there is, as the crime rates are more high, and while traveling, yes, the crime rates are more high, and while traveling they prefer to be, secure, in a secure environment.
Yeah, maybe you can suggest the hotel industry to have a floor which have a small rooms which are suitable for the single lady travelers, and economical also, so
Yes,
that the
sir.
security can be built up in that on that floor, and then there will be no mixing of customers.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Nowadays, sir, as we know that the various hotels nowadays they have the entire chain. I mean, there's the entire floor which is only dedicated to a single lady traveler. For example, sir, if you are going in a Taj hotel where there is again a floor, lady floor, a pink floor, you can say, where there is no entrance for. There's only ladies who are staying in the hotel, and also the server, or you can say the butlers who are coming only, and the request which has been given, even on a late night, so the gents are not allowed, the male staff is not allowed, so they are being giving the all the requirements. So definitely the hotels have been taking, but most of the, I mean, there are few hotels which are not started this. So as per our study, definitely they should look at that, and they should start with this single lady flows, or you can say a particular branch for certain preferences by a single lady traveler.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Anjali,
Yes, sir.
do you mind to share your experience or challenges that you have faced as a single lady travelers?
So definitely, sir, I have been traveling to the countries, especially, so last year I visited Dubai, whereas yes, there was some challenges as a lady. When you are traveling, there was a shopper where I got a pickup from a hotel, where there was a male which, as going in a certain area, I mean certain hotel, and there was a shopper who has picked me up. So I was like a little, for a security reason, I was thinking as a lady, I wanted, like, there should be a female shopper so can pick and drop it up, so that the lady can be comfortable. So that is my personal experience. And also, so there are a lot many requirements, like few requirements which I have also mentioned in the paper, saying about the safety pins, or I mean, these are the simple things, these are the genuine things which a lady is required, or you can say about the sanitary pads, which is a requirement of a lady. So definitely, as a lady, as a guest also, even if I'm visiting to a hotel, I would prefer that before my arrival certain things should be there inside the room, so that they can be kind of a comfortable, or you can say I could have a perfect stay, the feeling of a perfect stay should be there. So that's a requirement, and then that's what I have experienced. So I prefer, and I also suggest the hotels to think about this. So yes, sir. So this was my experience,
Okay.
actually.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you,
Excellently.
sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, so thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
And now let's proceed And now let's proceed to the keynote speech. Welcome Professor Dr. Sunil Kumar, Khatri Director of Campus, Amity University, Tashkent, Uzbekistan at Amity Education Group, Toshkent, Uzbekistan keynote speech. Professor Dr. Sunil Kumar Khatri is working as Director of Campus as Amity University, Tashkent. Earlier, he had worked as Director for Amity Institute of Information Technology and Additional Director for Amity Directorate of Engineering and Technology at Amity University, UP, Noida, India. He has more than 2 decades of administrative and teaching experience. He is a fellow of IETE, senior life member of CSI, IEEE, IAS, CSIT, and a member of IAENG. He is secretary and SREQOM, immediate past convener, EAC, IEEE, UP, section, executive council, and past vice chairman of CSI Noida chapter. He was conferred with honorary visiting professorship by University of Technology, Sydney, Australia. In October 2016, he has been conferred Award of Excellence in Educational Leadership in 2017. IT Innovation and Excellence Award for contribution in the field of IT and computer science education in 2012. And exceptional leadership and dedication in research in the year 2009. He has recognition of being listed in Marquis Who's Who USA continuously for the last 9 years. Dr. Sunil Kumar Khatri is editor of International Journal of Systems Assurance, Engineering and Management, Springer Verlag. He is an editorial board of several journals from USA, Egypt, Hong Kong, Singapore, and India. He has 11 edited books, 10 guest-edited special issues of international journals, 11 patents filed, then 2 international projects, and more than 225 papers in international and national journals and proceedings. His areas of research are artificial intelligence, software, reliability and testing, and data analytics. Now, I welcome Professor Dr. Sunil Kumar Khatri.
Thank you, Divine, for such a lovely introduction.
Good day to you, Doctor.
Thank you. I would first of all like to congratulate IFERP.
You're welcome, Doctor.
Yeah, I would like to congratulate IFERP for organizing this wonderful conference on ICIRET 2021 in an online mode. Today we are going through a difficult time, and it's difficult to have it in offline mode to meet each other. But even still, that this foundation had planned to go ahead with the conference and organize in a very good way. I would like to thank Pooja and Madhavan, who have been coordinating from there with me and pushing on to make sure that I get time and participate today. Okay, coming back to this conference presentation, let me share my screen. Right. Okay. Is my screen visible? Can I start?
Yes, your doctor.
Yeah,
now
okay.
you can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. So today I'm going to talk about the software reliability growth modeling and artificial neural network approach for it. Before we get into this concept of reliability, let me touch upon the IT and its influence in the various sectors. Today we see the highest impact of IT is in banking sector and financial sector, with over 41% of the market having been covered by IT and the ITS sector. And naturally it is followed by telecom and then manufacturing and others. If we look segment-wise, Then the most has been, the cake piece has been with IT software, with approximately 72% is an IT software, followed by hardware, and very small percent in BPO and IT education. I want to share with all of you some examples of the problems which could have led to disasters, and some which have already led to disasters in terms of financial loss and human loss also. This is an example when it was a Cold War going on, and definitely that was a time between, a very sensitive time between US on one side and USSR on the other side, with the decade of 1980s and 1990s. And that is a time when both sides, NORAD in 80 and 83, the Soviet satellite have detected that the missiles from other sides are attacking them. But in both the cases, these were the faulty circuits, or because of some cohesive problems in the operating system. And it was great that the officers who were monitoring at that time had not gone ahead with the recommendations or the inferences of the software simply, and they have cross-checked and have the patience. Otherwise, it could have led to serious things. An example is ozone layer. This is a project which has been launched in 1975 and 1978, and it took approximately 7 years to find a hole in the ozone layer, even though for those 7 years, the software has been monitoring the ozone layers, that whether there is a hole or not. The reason is, when the software was designed by NASA at that time, in 1978, they had decided to ignore the values which are not in the pattern. For example, today we use the word outlier analysis for them in data mining or data warehousing. And these were the problems which have led to being ignored about that ozone hole in the ozone layer. And only in 1985, when the manual verification of the data was done, that the NASA find at that time that yes, this hole was there. This is a problem of TRAC, which is a computer-controlled radiation therapy machine for cancer patients. And because of a race condition in operating system, where parallelly the data was coming from 2 different sources, and the machine can't recognize the fatal radiations, overdoses were given, and the 2 patients died. This was a very ambitious project, Ariane 5. It was launched in 1990s early at that time by European agency, and they had spent 10 years of planning, scientific preparation into it, and a good amount at that time, $7 billion in 1990s, to launch this satellite, which is going to also carry with it a rocket capable of hurling around. Now the problem was that Ariane 4 was a 16-bit machine working system satellites, whereas Ariane 5 was 16-bit and 64-bit. And the programming had not taken into consideration, and they had tried to put a data of 64-bit into a 16-bit space. This has caused the problem because the data was not complete, only 16 bits were there. And for that matter, the data, the information which flows to a software which is controlling the guiding system has assumed that there is an error, although it was not. And because of it, it took a wrong turn, and it's a matter of less than a minute that this explode and everything wasted. Now, these are different examples which can, if we see, today our washing machines are there, TVs are there, everything is smart. We are talking about refrigerators, everything is smart, everything is software driven. But if any TV, refrigerator or washing machine get damages, it can only have problem with the food or clothes in it and not in life. But as you've seen examples earlier in the previous slides, that any such as THRAC, which has led to 2 cancer patients with overdose of radiations and they died, or problems such as Ariane 5, where such a large financial loss was there in that ambitious space launch project of European Space Agency, or during the Cold War between America and USSR. These are the things which can't be accepted and which can't be ignored in that way, that yes, these type of faults can happen. We have to have the systems which are very reliable, which doesn't have the faults as far as possible. And normally we see that why the softwares are failing today. Why there are errors in it, even after so much testing, because when we talk about software development, it goes through a proper software engineering, and with over a period of time, the software engineering development has evolved. It has come out with a lot of principles, a lot of standards into it. But even after that, it fails. And the reason can be today, softwares have been developed over a competitive market. So that means sometimes the organizations which are asking for the softwares, they are asking to be developed in a very short period of time, although the organization, company, software development team needs more time. And when they are running against the time, when they are developing the software, which has to be delivered fast compared to what the time they normally are expecting to develop it, definitely some part of testing may miss, right? And humans are tend to faults, definitely, and because of that, and humans are developing, so faults may happen still. Another reason is terms of complexity. Today we are talking of softwares which are very interdisciplinary in nature. We are moving from a world where the networks were not there, then the networks came, then the networks with mobile system came, and then ad hoc came, and then the variations of ad hoc networks came, including mobile ad hoc networks, vehicular ad hoc networks, hybrid ad hoc networks. And then there is a system where today we are talking about IoT, IoE, IOV. So Internet of Everything, Internet of things. And this system has brought the complexity. Today we are talking about big data, although this term is just, I believe that it's a jargon, because in same concepts have been there in 1970s also. Today what we are talking in big data and or in data mining or warehousing, but they were with the different terms, different approach. Today we have simulation techniques, we have very strong softwares available for them. That's why it has made the job easy for all of us. But yes, with all these things, complexity increases, and definitely with that complexity, it is tend to fail. Then how we should decide that how much is the software reliable? Because there are some areas where we can't accept the failures to happen. We have to test that the software is very reliable, it is fault free. So we have to be very careful for that. And definitely when we talk, there was a study, this study has never happened again in that elaborative way, but in 2002, National Institution of Standards and Technology have studied that US economy bugs in that has costed around 60 billions every year, imagine. And this study also imagined that a third of that, 22 billion, is because of the imperfect testing, because of these softwares or the machines which are not working properly. Those have led to that. So approx, and this, you can just imagine that over a period of 2 decades now, from 2002 to 2021, how much loss is there because of the software failures. So this is really a very serious area to concern upon, a matter to be addressed. Now, what are the key challenges and issues to be taken care of? Definitely, we are today working with highly complex systems. We also have to take care about that in which area the softwares are being used, whether they are at home or they are going to be used in financial sectors, or they are going to be used in critical sectors such as space launching systems or in military. And then there are areas which are very sensitive. The impact can be very different from them. And naturally, the question arises that what we are doing today, are we developing the softwares for the ease and comfort of the user, or are we developing the softwares which can lead to problem which could not have been have these softwares were not there? But having said that, definitely we are in an area working definitely with technology that we can't ignore automation, we can't ignore the softwares. So only thing is that we should make sure that softwares today are reliable. Now, when we talk about reliability, reliability is something, okay, let me first of all explain with an example. In a real world example, that how it happens, and then you can correlate those who doesn't understand the idea of reliability. Suppose we buy a car, right? And when we get the car, it is written that it is averages, let's say 21 kilometers per liter asterisk. That asterisk is very important. That means the average of that car in the fuel, whatever fuel is used, is 21 kilometers per liter, not always. It is in particular conditions. So what are those conditions? That conditions are that it is running on a particular speed without brake, and that speed is also designed. So when you start the car, when you give the raise, bring to the fifth gear, this is the part where they don't consider for the average of that fuel consumption. Once the car is at the standard speed, then after that it works. And then if you get the brake or you do some other operations or usage in the car of AC, it reduces the average. So definitely similarly, so that means it is giving only a condition that in all these conditions, If your car is running, then it will give this average. Similarly, software also works in an environment. It needs hardware, it needs network, it needs manpower, it needs policies and of that organization in which it is working. So the different operating system may have a different impact. There are other softwares which are also being influenced or being accessing those particular software, because today we talk about softwares which are utility softwares, which are system softwares, and which are user defined softwares, particularly customized for them, only an organization. So when we are having a software and there are many other softwares which are using our software or our software is using them, definitely that impact is there because of that cohesive working, because they are using each other, and in which network they are being used, whether they are in hybrid network system, whether they are in a remote system, whether in client server system, so a peer-to-peer networking system. Then definitely your memory space, hardware configuration, many things are there. So when we run a software in a particular environment, then for a period of time, it can perform well. And there also it is no 100% guarantee. There is a probability that, okay, this much probability is there that the software can run perfectly. That is called software reliability. And this is how this definition is there. It is a probability of failure-free software operation for a period of a time in a specific environment. And when we talk about software reliability, there are two aspects that have been there: reliability estimation and reliability prediction. When we talk about estimation, at any stage, what is the reliability of a software at that very point of time is called estimation. And what will be the software reliability over a period of time that we would like to estimate, maybe over days, over some weeks or months or a year, what will be the reliability of the software? That's called prediction. So these are the two things that have been measured when we talk about the software reliability. Now, if you see this, this is a very famous graph. And here we talk about the reliability in hardware and software. And when we talk about hardware reliability, you know, it's a bathtub system where initially there can be great number of problems, right? For example, you buy a car, sometime it is fine, but there can be chances that in the initial stages, you will see that there is some problem in the car. And that's why they say that, okay, these are the free services or services which are at very quick period. You have to come and see that your car is in rhythm, everything working well. If not, they just check it, remove it or improve it, whatever is done. Once it is settled, then it goes on working normally over a period of time. And then after a stage, then there's problems start coming in. This is where it is not able to control, because after that, the problems will increase in the hardware in for any system, whether it's a car, you talk about refrigerator, TV, washing machine, whatsoever. So hardware reliability is like that. Initially, there can be large number of problems, but then once it's settled down, it works in a stable way. And then by the close to the end of their life cycle, of that particular hardware, it starts wearing out, and then it is difficult to control. Whereas the software is a different system. When you develop the software, in initial stages, it can be a lot of bugs, a lot of faults can be there. You do the testing, you bring them down, and then you keep on working. At a stage, there will be a need for the software to be upgraded. You know that today for every software, with times patches are coming, improvements are there, for which are software such as utility software or system software. But even if you are designing your software for your organization also, even then also after a period of time, you would like to include some features or remove some features. For example, let's say Oracle. Oracle has designed the software for banking. A lot of, today banking sector companies in India are using the financial software of Oracle. Suppose, let's say we talk about PNB. Now PNB over a period of time would like to add some features or remove some features based on the policies or based on the government guidelines or their internal policies. And they would like to change the configuration or the interface of the software or backend connectivity. So the software changes will be called an upgrade, right? Which is also called a configuration or a version in a proper software engineering terms. Now these upgrades, but when done, definitely these changes are there. And whenever you change the software, actually you are changing the code. And the moment you are changing the code or the backend connectivity or the front end interface, it will tend to increase or introduce some faults. Then you have to correct them. It will then settle down again at a later stage. So these upgrades will go on, but over a period of time, with upgrades, there are softwares which are not going to be improved, and the reliability of these softwares over a period of time reduces. It is not stable. and then it will become obsolete. This is how the software behaves, and its reliability is there. And when we talk about software reliability, then definitely there are techniques and models available to understand and to predict, estimate and predict that how much is the software reliability of any type of softwares, whether it's all three: system, utility, or user-defined softwares. And when we talk about the models which determine the software reliability or their reliability growth, they are broadly into two categories: exponential and S-shaped. S-shaped is something which is always including a learning system. I will try to relate with some examples. Now, this is the most classical and the first model in its category for software reliability over the period of years. It was developed in 1970s, the first model for reliability, and it is an exponential model. It's a very simple model with a derivation system, and it says that the number of faults that are detected and removed over a period of time are dependent on the fault occurrence and detection rate and the number of faults which are remaining in the software, that is A minus MT, because A is the total number of faults and MT is the faults which are already removed. So remaining are A minus MT and B. So with these two parameters, you can see the change in rate of change in the number of faults which are detected or removed, that is d by dt or MT. And this equation will be solved. It's very easy. Simple Goel-Lokomoto model, which is MTA 1 minus e to the power minus BT, and which is exponential curve. This is a model which was the first of its type in S-shaped from Japan. The Shigeru Yamada had given, and his scholars have come out with this. And what he had said is that when we talk about the fault, it is not only so easy that the moment you detect, it is easily removed. So he has said that it is a two-stage process. In the first stage, the faults are observed, or you can say identified. And in the second stage, the faults are removed. And that's why there are two terms, MF and MR. MF is the number of faults which have been detected, and MR is the number of faults which are removed over a period of time. And the last equation, if you see this one, MRT A1 minus 1 plus BT minus BT. And if you try to put here MR as 0, then definitely MF is MR as 0 as initial conditions. It will make it a simple exponential model, but otherwise this is a S-shaped model, two-stage model in itself. The third variation which has come in it is by Kapoor Garg. This model is developed in 1990s, early 1990s, and this was developed by Dr. Kapoor from Delhi University, who said that the faults are actually in two ways. One is a leading fault, one is a dependent fault, and that's very true. Sometimes what happens when we do the software testing, we see that once you try to remove a fault, it may increase the other faults also if you are not testing and removing the faults correctly. Or in another way, if you are trying to remove a fault and it is correctly removed, there are many other faults also which get removed, right? So the faults which are removed by you while testing are called leading faults. And there are other faults which are related to each, and since they are corrected, others are also getting corrected automatically. For example, let's say you are running a code of 50 lines, small code, let's say. And these 50 lines code may have you will witness that there are 7 faults in it, right? You're trying to remove one fault, and if it is correctly removed, then maybe 1 or 2 more or 3 more faults which are connected to that fault, and they automatically get removed, and you are left with only 2 or 3 faults. So the one which you had removed is called leading, and the others which automatically get corrected because of it are called dependent fault. And this is a model for it. And this is the equation. And it also says that if Q and P, which is the ratio of the leading and dependent faults, if Q is 0, then definitely in that case, this will become exactly the GO, which is a exponential one-stage model. Now, how to use these models and how to determine the reliability. So these are terms. You can easily find out anywhere. We talk about mean square errors or biasing or variation, or root mean square prediction error, MSPT, which is based on bias and variation. And all the testings and the goodness and fit curves are decided that how better your model for reliability is depending on these 4-5 measures. Now, this is a this is a graph which is talking about the imperfect debugging environments. What happens is that, as I told you, that sometimes when you try to remove the faults, and if they have been correctly removed, some other faults may automatically get corrected, like the term we are using about leading faults and dependent faults. Similarly, sometimes what happens is that when you are trying to remove a fault, which is called a debugging process, where you are removing the bugs. During that process, if it is a perfectly removed, then great. But if it is not, then there can be two possibilities. One thing is that the failures are more than the removal. That means you had not tried to remove the faults correctly because of imperfect debugging, or sometimes what happens is much more a problem can be that when you're trying to remove the faults, because of the way you are doing debugging, some more faults can come into picture and it can become error generation. And in this case, the fault content also increases. This is a model which has been given by Kapoor et al. For imperfect debugging, and where P is a probability of perfect. And if you see this equation, MFT is equal to 0 to T integration for B A minus MT, which is leading to A by P 1 minus E to the power minus BT, is actually a model where B is your fault detection rate, P is your probability of perfect debugging, and definitely if you see that P is equal to 0, this will automatically be reduced to your MRT with MFT. It will become a GEO model, which is an exponential shaped model. But actually it is not so. In real world, it is not so. And the probability is always there that you may increase the faults latent in the system because of your imperfect debugging or imperfect testing, which is happening because when a team is developing a new software or some upgrades are coming, that all the team members may not be competent enough, they may not be skilled enough or having a knowledge of that software or environment. And there can be, since there are so much factors influencing, not only the simple coding, and that's why the errors may come, because you are testing the software later on, but while you are developing, you may not be having a complete knowledge of the network or hardware on which that computer is going to, that software is going to work. And that for reason, definitely it is going to be a problem. Okay. Then there is another aspect of software reliability, and it's called a change point. And this is a point where the fault detection rates change while doing the testing. Now, when we see, let us take that initial sample model of GEO, which says that you detect the fault and immediately remove it. But as it is an exponential shaped model, right? But when practically we do it, it never happens so, because softwares are developed by the team, and team is working in an organization, and over a period of time, the members, employees join an organization, leave an organization, and definitely with the new team, new people coming on, and if the software developed are not properly documented, there may be problem that the softwares are, whenever they are upgraded and tested, the fault detection rate may change. Even in the initial phase of testing also, it may happen that if you are working with a software development team and then you are testing and you say that, okay, we need more fast testing and we have to increase the size of the team, or more skilled people have to be brought into the picture who knows this type of software earlier, who had done these type of testing earlier. Today we are talking about different more agile testing, and so many testing DevOps tools are also available. And when they have been included, whether we are including more technology, whether including more skilled people, the fault detection rate may change. It may increase or decrease. And that's why there's a point while testing where the fault detection becomes more faster or slower. It's called a change point. And that's how this equation also comes. And now, and definitely there can be multiple change points also, 2 change, 3 points. So these are the different scenarios, which are some of the mathematical terms. I am not going into that detail. I will a little bit touch on artificial neural network story in this presentation, because with a shortage of time of 30 minutes allotted to me. But apart from artificial neural networks, there are many more other techniques also, which are also parallelly being used in software reliability, such as support vector machines, such as genetic algorithms. They are also soft learning techniques. Then we use swarm optimization also nowadays, and so many more techniques which comes under the machine learning and or the artificial intelligence are being used in software reliability. Okay, coming on to this approach of artificial neural network, which works in very much similar way like our brain neural network work, is that it has an adaptive learning system. It has a self-learning system, whether it is a supervised or unsupervised, depending on that which type of neural network you are using. We can start with a simple backpropagation network, or we can look into the concepts of the networks such as concurrent networks, So various set of neural networks are available, and they can introduce the concept which has partially or fully supervised learning into it. And this concept works on the way our brain neurons works with input layers and output layers of neurons, and there can be number of hidden layers. And this is how they are trained over a period of time. This is the way actually some of the concepts of artificial neural network works. But when we talk about software reliability, people have done some work. Like Karunanidhi is the first person who, right now based in US, he is the first person who had applied neural networks in the decade of 90s in software reliability. And they have used it how these connectionist models can be used for predictions of predictions and estimation of software reliability growth. Scherer is another person who had used it for the projects on NASA, and Su et al. From Japan, and then also worked on a weighted combination model. This is where actually we had come into picture. From India, we had started this work in 2006 and 7, when we had seen that how Su had worked, and there were a lot of problems, and identified that the way we use the neural networks in reliability is something had to be given a fresh perspective. And that's where in Delhi University in 2006 or 7 is the year when we had started working in this direction. And later to join us on object-oriented matrix is also Kanmani, who had worked on using the object-oriented softwares or the network-based softwares and trying to find the reliability into it. This is one example that how the artificial neural networks are used in software reliability when there are two types of, both the types of imperfect debugging is there. As I had mentioned earlier, that it can be two types. One thing is imperfect debugging simple, where the faults are not corrected, but also not new faults are generated. Another is imperfect debugging with the fault generation, where faults are removed or not, but for sure new faults are introduced. And that's why the total number of faults generated, which are detected and corrected, is always less than the new faults which have been generated. And for this matter, this is how actually, we had shown with mathematical functions that how it works and how the ANN architecture with those concurrent network systems. And this is how the output layer, if you see this part, A upon 1 minus alpha, which is the equation for two types of imperfect debugging or SRGM. And this is the output layer node activation formula which is used, and then how it works to use ANN for predicting and estimating the software reliability. Then we had used some data. This is one data which has been from NASA. Then is another data from US, which is we do try to find out the faults and see that how it moves, and see that the neural networks, the way it has affected it is moving from KG to Overchow. Our MSC has drastically improved from 121 to 29. Similarly, RMSP is reduced from 11 to 5. So this is how actually we had tried for data set 1. You can see from the data set 2 also, these are parameters estimation, and these are the error improvements which have been done. So this is how the fitness of curves have been shown for some of the data. And then there is another category which is for generalized SRGM. As we have said that softwares are having faults. Surely, when you're developing the software, a fault will be there. And not necessarily all the faults are of same severity or complexity. There can be some faults which are very easy, very simple. The moment you see them, you immediately identify where they are and you remove them. But if they are difficult and they are cohesive in nature or highly coupled, modules are there where the one module input is actually output from another module. In that case, the complexity of the module and software increases, and naturally the faults also. And in that case, there can be faults which are simple, which is one stage process, hard, which is 2 stage, and complex, which is 3 stage. If we take only these 3 based on the Kapur et al. Model, this is equation it works on like in equation 14. But as said, that the faults cannot be defined only as a 3 levels, it can be more. And that's why this generalized equation comes. That faults can be of many severity, and it can be number of stage. Some faults can be removed in 1 stage, 2 stage, 3 stage, and 4, 5, and number of stages. So this is how we can see that how artificial neural networks can be used. And then we had applied some of the techniques to test this generalized model of artificial neural network. And you can see that how MSC, for example, has reduced from 12 to 11, which is approximately 50% down. That means the accuracy has been doubled up by 200% approximately. Similarly, bias has also come down. So it has more than 100% improvement over it over a period of time when using these softwares. The last category of neural networks I will touch upon is using ensembles. And it is that where we use number of neural networks as a combination, not only one. As said, for example, in a real life, we see that when we talk about, for example, suppose we have some problems, God forbid, if anyone has some health problems and they would like to visit and go to the doctor. What happens is that if they go to the doctor and they get an opinion of the doctor, sometimes they don't get satisfied, right? They would like to go to another one. Doctor also works like a neural network system based on the past experience and his practices. He had over a period of time developed a knowledge, much like artificial neural networks. And they conclude that, okay, these are the inputs from your symptoms and this is the output from my side that you are having this disease or not a disease. If you are satisfied, great. Otherwise, you would like to visit another doctor. Right, that means you would like to put it in another type of neural network in your data. If we talk about software reliability testing, so that means you can use one neural network to test your data or your software. But definitely, if you are not convinced or still you want to be more cautious, you would like to put it into another, and not only another, maybe many. So when you are having different types of neural networks, definitely they have different weightage also, right? For example, the different doctors, when you visit, some doctors you have great opinion and more value, some you will have less. You will not give equal weightage to all the doctors based on their knowledge, based on the perception, based on the feedback from others and your own experience with them. You will give them the different weightage, and then you will associate their recommendation with the weightage that you give to the doctor. Similarly, you can give the different weightage to the neural networks. So these are called bagging and boosting techniques. If anyone had any knowledge about data mining in neural networks, so there can be bagging and boosting. You can use any one of them, and in this case, the different neural networks can be used. Different weightage can be given. That depends on the activation function of the hidden layers, and this is how actually it works. This model is a simple bagging method, definitely without boosting, because we assume that all the neural networks will have the same weightage, but definitely different. For example, this is first neural network, this is second, this is third, and based on the complexity, we can combine them and consembling to make a use and put these equations. And you can see such a great improvement from 80 to 9. And 9 has reached to 5 and 80 has reached to 30. This is sorry, the improvement that you will see by using these ensembling models that we had tried to use. But that is a bagging, you can definitely use the boosting to improve it in a more better way. So these are the various testing results which are there. I would end up my presentation by coming into this slide, which says that, I said that software reliability growth modeling is something where we try to see and that how we can improve the reliability of a software, particularly the softwares which are very critical, which can have a great financial or the life loss associated with them, and they are sensitive. We can't take risk with them. We have to make sure that these softwares work very well without the faults, as we have seen examples like Threat 25, Arian 5, or the systems which are used in NORAD or in ozone layer. Some of the classical examples about the sensitive softwares. And today we are working in an ensembling system. We are working in an evolving software, evolving system. Day before yesterday, I was in a meeting with IEEE regions and from region 1 and 5 and 7, and they were talking about evolving systems and how critical these are. And definitely we had been, in most of the platforms, we are addressing about that we have to make softwares which are more sensitive, more reliable. The NASA director, Professor Hinchi, who is just immediate ex-NAIC director, and IEEE Europe president was there at that time, and Professor Vincenzo. So we were talking about this also, that how to make sure that the softwares which are developed over a period of time to be reliable, but definitely it can't be possible. You can't make a software which is 100% reliable. You can't ensure that, but yes, we can try our best that we will develop the softwares and we will try to test them as far as possible with the standard techniques, and then validate also using these models that our software reliable or not. And definitely with that, there are many more techniques which are available, not only which are like in supervised learning, not only artificial neural network, there are many more data-driven techniques which are available, such as SVM has talked about, genetic algorithms I had mentioned, then swarm optimization. There are many more nature-inspired algorithms being available, and we can talk about them, and definitely over next time whenever I get a opportunity, I can touch those areas also, that how we can use them also and compare them, that how they are working or faring when compared to other type of data-driven classification. And now we are also working on a concept of assembling of the various soft computing techniques across the system rather than only within neural network system. So maybe the next thing we will be going to work out is in that direction. So this is all that I would like to share about the software reliability and how actually the neural networks can be used. Thank you for this patience learning and listening about it. And definitely I would be happy to listen any queries. And I would like to thank this foundation for inviting me for this keynote speech. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sunil, for your valuable speech. And now let's proceed to another speech. I would like to welcome our session chair, Dr. Lukish C. Associate Professor, Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, Vidyavardhaka College of Engineering, Mysuru, India, to deliver welcome speech.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Is my voice audible?
Yes, you are, Doctor. Now you can proceed to your speech.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the team of International Conference on Innovative Research and Engineering and Technology, organized by ICIRET and IFERP jointly. I'm Dr. Lokesh. Let me take first 2 minutes to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Lokesh, working as Associate Professor from the Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, Vidyavardhaka College of Engineering, Mysuru, India. I'm very happy to be a part of this conference because I'm there in the conference from yesterday. From yesterday morning, I'm the part of this conference, in which I could able to observe and come in contact with various people across the globe. I can see many of them are as a session chairs, many of them are giving a keynote address, and many of them are presenting their idea in the form of research article. Therefore, I feel this is the first time in which I'm taking part in such a platform wherein I could able to come in collaboration with the various regional people. So first of all, I'd like to thank the entire team for making me as a member of this team. And my heartfelt thanks to Ms. Divine and Madhavan for giving me an opportunity to be a part of this event. So basically, I'm an engineer, electrical engineer, and I have done my research work in the field of wireless communication system and low power analysis in communication system. So for next 4 to 5 minutes, I'm going to talk mainly on the engineering stream. Because from the yesterday, I could able to observe most of them have spoken their research articles in the field of engineering, management, and basic science, like advanced science, physics, chemistry, and environmental science, and all those things. Basically, it's a multidisciplinary platform wherein I could able to observe some of the important factors which is happening across the globe. So being an engineer, at this moment, I'd like to convey some important observation so that we can have a development of the nation and the globe. So because from last 1.5 years, what we can observe is there is a very much crisis in science and technology, economical aspects, majorly the health. So now almost we are out of this pandemic situation. Now let us focus mainly what are our contribution so that we could able to enable ourselves for the betterment of the society. The first thing is the knowledge. I wanted to specifically speak about the knowledge in which, so irrespective of the domain, whether we may be from the electrical engineering background, we may be from medical science or advanced science, or art, culture, entertainment, whatever it is. The knowledge is very much important. Wherever we have knowledge, therefore we can contribute some new things which is applicable for the society. Therefore, all of us must be keen to acquire the knowledge. And the second point is making the virtual reality. Because as you can see, If the situation was good, means all of us could join somewhere that's online or offline platform, and we could able to share our views in a more precise way, in more conducive way. But because of the pandemic situation, all of us are meeting through the online platform, but still we must make this platform as a reality as possible. Okay, therefore there should not be any barrier so that we are meeting through the online platform. Therefore, our approach should be in such a way that we should make virtual platform also as a reality platform. So that is one important challenge that we have. We may be working in a corporate domain or public sector, or as a teacher or as a scientist. The communication, how exactly we convey our information, is very important. Therefore, making virtual platform also as a reality platform is highly challenging that we are facing from last 1.5 years. So this situation may continue we cannot just predict, but we should make all these important factors so that we can even with the pandemic situation also we can enhance science, technology and economical aspects of our nation and the globe. Next is regarding the most important thing that we need to focus here is usage of the resource. Okay, I'm from India, so in which India is well known for the technology, is especially the silicon technology. So we develop the gadgets, electronic gadgets. Yeah, other part of the country is also there. Other part of the world is also there. But since I'm from India, let me tell you some important resources that's available in India. So we are very good in producing software. So we are making use of current technology and available resource so that we can give better solution for those solutions. Okay, and also food. We are very good with the soil resource, and we have a very good at medicinal oriented resources. Therefore, we are utilizing those resources. Therefore, we can come out with a product, and that product can be outsourced to other part of the globe. Okay, so we should mainly focus on the local resources that are available. From those local resources that is available, we should come up with a very good product. Therefore, we can distribute. We can have very good rapport with other neighboring nations, and also therefore we can also contribute to the betterment of the globe. Next is regarding the development of the society. Ultimately, whether we are an engineer or a doctor, scientist, like whether we may be in the field of art, culture, entertainment, whatever it is, ultimately we have to contribute to the society. Okay, whatever the possible things that we can do for the betterment of the society, therefore we can contribute so that it may be a nurture for the next future generation, or it may be utilization or resource for the other upcoming generations. So with this, I'd like to conclude my talk so that let us all put our efforts for contributing ourselves to the betterment of the nation, betterment of the globe. Let us all put hands together to contribute ourselves at least a bit for improvement in the society. So with this, I'd like to conclude my a short keynote. My heartfelt thanks to the team, especially Madhavan sir, who is coordinating from the last few months, and Divine ma'am. I'm very much happy that from yesterday you're coordinating very nicely. I could able to convey my sincere thanks that I really appreciate your culture and your coordination, and the way in which you convey the regards to the participants, the rapport, the pace in which you communicate. I'm very much happy. So that is what basically we must have the basic the coordination. So with this, I'd like to thank all the participants and all the organizers for giving me an opportunity to share my views. Thank you.
All right, so Thank you so much, Dr. Lukish, for your
Thank you.
wonderful,
Thank you very
valuable
much.
speech. And keep safe always. And now let's move on to the technical session 3B. All right. The first presenter, I invite Ashwani Kumar to present the paper 3-tier rainwater harvesting planning for a city where groundwater is depleting in an alarming rate.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Right, you are audible now. Can you now proceed, sir?
Thank you, ma'am. I'm Ashwini, and I'm an architect planner. I'm working in Greater Noida area, which is in Delhi NCR region, and I'm doing my PhD from Amity Institute of Geoinformatics and Remote Sensing under the able guidance of Dr. S.M. Veerbhadrappa. And today my topic of this paper is 3-tier rainwater harvesting planning for a city where groundwater is depleting at an alarming rate, which is Greater Noida actually. And here is the abstract in which Greater Noida is formed by amalgamation, is basically amalgamation of many villages in this area. There is a drastic reduction in water recharge areas, which we have experienced, and correspondingly increase in the impermeable area due to the urbanization. Time series analysis of groundwater shows declining trends and borewell depth increasing year after year. If this trend is unbearable, coming general will face water stress. The solution of this problem is the artificial recharge through rainwater harvesting, which we will simultaneously, which will be divided in 3-tier rainwater harvesting, like city level, community level, and household level. This is the solution which we suggest in this area, and suitable maintenance for the existing rainwater harvesting structures like johars, ponds, etc. This is the location of the Greater Noida area, which is actually near to the Delhi, and it comes under the Uttar Pradesh government area. We can see the climatic conditions of this area, which more or less is sweaty and hot overall the year, but the maximum humid area is in July, August, September area time. And this is the climatic log, rainfall log, and after July, August is the maximum rainfall we experience in this area. Seasonal distribution of the rainfall. Here is the relationship of as the urbanization happens from 2005 to 2019, the agricultural land decreases, and water level also depleted. This is the log showing the water level and agriculture area reduction. This is the impact of urbanization, increase in the built up area, built up land on the water level, which shows the water level decreases due to the increase in the built up land, built up area. For this, we suggest 3-tier rainwater harvesting, harvesting on city level, rainwater harvesting on community level, like schools, hospitals, colleges, big community level, and the last one is household level, individual residences. This is the rainwater harvesting on city level. Mainly, we have identified all the existing ponds, rivers, which can be maintained. Selection of pokhars is pond, and the city level, in the city level rainwater harvesting, we can remove the unnecessary vegetation. We can introduce drenching, test drenchings in the field, inlet outlet checking of the rivulets, drainages. We introduce community participation, and for this we do some plane table survey, drone survey, etc. The main suggestion of the urban area on city level rainwater harvesting is we can provide rainwater harvesting pits along the transportation network, along the roadside, the Kachi Patti or the green belt. We can put these rainwater harvesting pits with the equal uniform distance, so that the rainfall on this main roads, on the roads, can be percolated and recharge the rain water table. This is an example of community level rainwater harvesting, for which we have taken a school building and we have derived out the rainfall data, daily rainfall calculation, 2 years daily rainfall calculation of a school building, and we have estimated the roof area, daily requirement of water of the school, then rainfall analysis, storage tank size based on requirement and number of non-rainy days in a year, designing of filter beds and storage tank, overall layout preparation of conduit proof water to the tank, provision of overflow water to the recharge ground through a recharge pit. Then we have generated a dynamic model which shows that 2 years water availability in liters and dynamic storage of the storage tank in liters. This is the model of community and household level rainwater harvesting, in which we show how to design a 5 filter bed which have a proper thickness of sand bed and then gravels, so that water can the filtered and then reach to the storage tank and then overflow to the recharge pit. This is an example of recharge pit, which shows this is the rooftop, then the water from the rooftop conduits to the filtration tank, then filtration tank to the storage tank, and then storage tank to the recharge pit. Now comes to the conclusion. Time series analysis of the groundwater level shows 10 meters below ground level was in 2005, and now in 2020, within 15 years, it comes to 18 meters below the ground level. It is also observed that about 70% of the variation happened between 2005 and 2020. This is the time where maximum number of built up area increases. Annual depletion is about 21%. An analysis of impact of urbanization on groundwater regime indicates that water level has gone down in pace with reduction in agriculture area and increase in built up areas. Agriculture area was acquired and converted to the developed area, by which built up area increases gradually year by year. The depletion of groundwater level and drying up of the aquifer can be compensated with the artificial recharge to the groundwater using rainwater harvesting technique. In the study area, it is suggested to have a city level, community level, and household level of the rainwater harvesting structure. And this was actually the conclusion. On the community level, traditional rainwater harvesting structure can be revived, like Johar Pokhars, by mapping them and rejuvenate them. A detailed procedure of reviving of local water harvesting structure is described in the research work. The roadside water logging can be avoided with construction of recharge pit. This design we have shown in this slide, sir. So lastly, the rainwater harvesting model of a community level institution such as school is explained in the detail, which is this slide, sir. So here we can see 3-tier rainwater harvesting solution to a city which is facing a depletion, acute depletion in the rainwater in the water table due to the urbanization. That is it from my side, sir.
All right, so thank you so much. Any question from our chairs?
Yeah, Ashwini Kumar.
Yes, sir.
It's a very burning topic as of today, and many cities in India in particular, because of the urbanization and concretization, they are losing groundwater level very fast.
Yes.
My question is that whether this will be successful on a city level basis, because it is being successful on a household level basis or a small local area level basis, where we find that water harvesting techniques have been resulted into increase of groundwater level. But
Yes,
I am afraid it was not successful on a city level as such.
Sir, it is possible at a city. Sir, it is very possible at a city level, because it's a planned city and we have a planned structure of road networks, drainage system, water supply system, other sewerage systems. It's a planned city and it has a proper mapped design with level differences of each area divided into zones, sectors. So I think if we divide it into small sectors, it will be a possible solution, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, Ashwani.
Hello, sir.
Hello, good afternoon. I would like to know, how do you determine the storage tank, especially for community and the individual house? How do you determine the size of the storage tank at community level and also household level? And also, do you link it to the water demand?
Yes, sir. It is actually the main solution is we link the storage capacity with the requirement of the water per day water requirement, and then by which if the storage capacity is more than what we require, the water will stay in the storage tank. It won't go to the recharge pit. But if we plan our storage according to the water need, then the excess water which we get from the rooftop and other collection conduits, the excess water will go to the recharge pit and then it will reach to the water table, sir. Which will.
So meaning to say that you are designing according to yield before spillage, right? This concept.
Pardon,
yield
sir?
Before spillage.
We will plan
Yield before spillage. You are designing according to this concept. Can I know how do you determine the size? Are you calculate it manually using the Excel software, or there are some other software helping you to determine the size?
No, sir. We'll do it manually. We have in architecture we have some standards on the population based. Like if we have for example, of a school, we have on this number of students, this much requirement will be there.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now let's proceed to the next presenter. I invite Narish Hans to present the paper Finite Element Analysis of ATV Roll Cage. May I call again Narish Hans? All right, let's move on to the next presenter. I invite Amina Hassan Flay Al-Obaidi to present the paper development of software system for data mining of student surveys for assessment of courses teaching quality in Engineering College of Baghdad.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. I am here.
Hello.
Let me share my screen.
Hello, madam.
Hello.
Now you can share your screen now, madam.
Yes, okay. Mm-hmm.
All right, you can now proceed to your presentation, madam. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to my presentation. First of all, let me thank you all for coming here today. Let me start by saying a few words about my own background. My name is Amina Hassan. I graduated from the South Oral State University in Russia with a master's degree in information technology. Also, I have a higher diploma in computer engineer from Baghdad University in addition to the bachelor degree in the same field. At the moment, I am employed as a senior lecturer at the University of the Qar in Iraq. As you can see on the screen, my topic today is about develop educational data mining system for quality evaluation of students' courses. The objectives to access this goal is by design quizzes to ask students or to evaluate both courses and instructors. So I built or design a website and evaluation for their students to evaluate course and instructors. After I collected the data, I pre-processing the data in a way that make it suitable for data mining techniques. Finally, I present the knowledge to the authorities of college and university. These quizzes or the responses I obtained from their students is about to evaluate both course and instructors. So I have 9 attributes for course evaluation and 10 attributes for instructor evaluation. This review of web site that I designed and evaluation for the students that the students used to evaluate instructors and course. After I collected the data and or the responses of evaluation, I pre-processing the data in a way that make it suitable for data mining techniques. So I found or I built evaluate course and attributes courses and instructors. This depends on many factors. One of these factors, for example, is the weight of the course. This means if the course is basic or the course is secondary, and the success ratio of students, attendance of students. This means the number of lecture that the students attend through the course. So on from the other factors. After I collecting pre-processing the data, I apply data mining techniques on the collecting data. First goal I want to know is about what attributes impact on tutor's course estimation. So I used KNIME application. Is a free application. I downloaded from internet and built this. The decision tree is the one of the techniques of data mining I used. After implementation this circuit on the KNIME application, I found the results is the most important attributes that affect on that effect on the course evaluation is about explain materials and organize materials, authenticity of the instructors, how the response to questions and sharing discussions, and finally instructors availability. This is the top 5 instructors ability if that affect directly on the instructors evaluation. Second goals or facts I found is what the course or instructors attributes are often appear together in good and bad courses. So also I built association rule. Well, one of the important techniques in data mining, association rule. Also in CNIME application, and after implementation I found that this fact, if instructors first, if instructors arrangement and there is appropriate assignment, then the confidence that the students feels is good. The second is if instructors availability and the statistic that has this effect directly on the difficulty of the workloads according to the students, of course. And the third one is about if there is appropriate or good library work and there is a good participate of students in the discussion, this will affect on the examination, final quizzes and examination and assignment, and so on of the other factors. Finally, I used K-mediate clustering to divide the typical groups of courses. So also I used K-mediate clustering that built also in a CNIME application, and after implementation I found that there is 3 types of the course or 3 groups of courses, and every type of courses that have the also properties and attributes that for every type of courses. So the conclusion of or the finally result that I found from my research to improve the course and teaching quality, every instructors or teachers must consider enhance their attitude, organization, visual presentation skills. And the second important thing is about improving the quality of textbook and tutorials. Department should more attention to the type of course. If the type of course is basic, this means there is more theoretical part and less practical aspect. So may increase the practical aspect with many workload on students. And the important thing is about evening time type of classes or the self-paid. This must for this type of courses must the institution select the instructors according to their specialization, design, test, and assignment that is closely related to the course material. And there is important fact is about the cancel the principle that say if he or she pay money then he must success in any way. The authorities or the college must cancel this principle. Thank you so much for your listening, and I will accept any questions or discussion about my research.
All right, any question from our chairs?
Yeah, Grace, just a few questions here. The first question is what is the percentage of the response rate? And then second question is how many questions she prepared for this survey? What are the
Yes,
questions that you prepare for the survey as well? Yeah.
you mean the number of questions or attributes that I applied?
Yeah, attribute that.
Yes, it's about, yes, I divided it according to the course or tutors. About 10 attributes about courses and 11 for instructors. I see
Altogether,
is
how many?
yes,
Altogether, how many questions?
all together is about 21 or 22.
21 questions.
Is I think is good for evaluation. Is good.
Okay. So how is the response rate from the student?
It's about 400 students. I got about 400 students responses.
So everyone respond for this questionnaire?
Yes, yes, is obligatory. I put it in the evaluation form.
Okay. That's all from me.
Thank you. Thank you.
Because my experience, the response rate is about 30, 40 all the time.
Yes,
30 or 40%
okay.
only.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, next.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for you.
Thank you. And next, I will invite Praise Ernest to present the paper Hydrodynamic Analysis of freestanding risers under waves and current effects.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Am,
Hello, madam.
am I audible, ma'am? Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Can you
Okay.
please now?
Shall I share the screen?
Yes, you are. Yes. Can you please now share your screen, madam?
Ma'am, it's audible, ma'am, now? Ma'am, it's visible?
Not yet, madam.
Ma'am, now
Right.
now it's visible?
Yes, you are. Yes. Now you can now proceed your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you for inviting me to the conference. Okay. Shall I start?
Yes, madam, you can start now.
Okay. Respected examiners and organizers of ICIRET, IFERP, a very good afternoon to you all. Today, I am here to present on the topic hydrodynamic analysis of freestanding risers under waves and current effects. Okay, well, I am Praise Ernest, graduated from Providence College of Engineering, Kerala, India, and later I worked as a trainee engineer in an oil and gas company. Now I am pursuing Masters in Civil Engineering from University Technology Petronas, Perak, Malaysia. I had attended international internships, undertaken major and minor projects which had worked the skills in me. My research area includes freestanding risers, fatigue damage, vortex-induced vibration, hydrodynamic forces, wave loss. So here is the abstract of my topic. Freestanding risers are the vertical steel pipes clamped by a near-surface buoyancy can. These risers are affected by a variety of loads that leads to fatigue damages. As a result, the goal of this study is to anticipate the stresses experienced by freestanding risers subjected to hydrodynamic loads. The Morrison equation was used to compute the current and wave loads operating on the risers in this work. The pipe diameter d, the wave height h, the wave period t, and the water current uz are the essential parameters explored. The study's findings demonstrate that the maximum stress on the risers is affected by wave height, wave period, pipe diameter, and water current. These are the outlines of my presentation: background, problem statement, objective, research methodology, results and discussion, and conclusion. Here next is the background. As we all know that offshore structures are used worldwide for a variety of functions in variety of water depths and environments. They have many uses, including oil exploration, production, navigation, ship loading and unloading, etc. Here I am going to discuss about the risers. The risers are usually the conduits or the medium. It transfers the materials from the seafloor to production and drilling facilities, as well as production materials such as injection fluids, control fluids, and gas lift. They can be either rigid or flexible. Here we can see some of the components of the flexible riser like flat buoy, flexible jumper, lower riser assembly, its foundations and all. Next is the problem statement. So in the case of the sea waters, even if it's shallow, deep or ultra deep, the wave motions are different. There will be many external conditions like temperature, pressure influence, any damage or the failure or the external influence. First and foremost, it affects the outer sheet of a flexible pipe. Actually, it acts as an environmental barrier to stop seawater. It withstands the effects of installation and operations. Its service life also declines when this layer leads to corrosion steel layers. So here the problem is that, as we already discussed, in deep water, there will be different wave loading and associated floater motions and strong currents. This strong currents in deep water creates flow separations at certain velocities. And this motion leads to periodic irregularities on the flow and results in vortex-induced vibration. This VIV often leads to fatigue failure and excessive drag on the riser. So in the screen, we can see that the damages in risers. The damages in risers mostly happen like external sheet cracking due to high temperature. They might occur collapse failure, outer sheet damage, external sheet failure due to pressure increase. So these are the damages that we mostly see in the risers. So here we can see some of the pictures regarding to the damages in risers. First one is due to high temperature, we can see the external sheet cracking that happens in a freestanding riser. So the next one is there might be happen the collapse failure of flexible riser during installation, that when we are changing for any inspection or for any kind of handling or for maintenance for maintenance work, anything like that. At that time, the collapse failure can also occur in the flexible riser. So next is also it's a figure of a flexible riser outer sheath damage. Flexible riser having outer sheath damage due to some fire occurrences or anything like that. And the next is also like initially we already discussed that due to high temperature there is external sheath cracking may occur. Similarly, due to pressure increase also there might be a chance to occur the external sheath failure in the flexible risers. And also this is an image of the shrinkage that happens in a flexible riser. So most probably these are all the damages that happens in a freestanding riser or a flexible riser that commonly we can see like this. Next is the objective. So here the objective of the presentation is to evaluate the hydrodynamic responses of the freestanding risers using numerical simulation. Here we can see the research methodology flowchart. It starts with the theoretical background, which includes wave theories, Morrison equation, Turlow's force, hydrodynamic force, analysis of the hydrodynamic force, and after that, comparison and validation regarding which includes the parameters like horizontal velocity, horizontal acceleration, vertical velocity, vertical acceleration, and finally hydrodynamic force. And after that, it results into the final report. So finally, in results and discussion, here some of the numerical simulation and its findings are validated to analyze the design performance by changing the pipe diameter, wave height, wave period, and current. So after that, we can obtain the hydrodynamic force. Here, we can see the various types of the cylinder diameter like 0.5 meter, 0.8, 1.25, 1.5, and 2 meter. Similarly, we are changing the wave height like 7.6. We are randomly taking 7.6, 7.7, 7.8 like that. Wave period wave current are also taken. So from this, we can obtain the horizontal velocity, horizontal acceleration, vertical velocity in meter per second, vertical acceleration in meter per second square, and finally, we will obtain the hydrodynamic force. So these are the forces that we are obtained by changing all these parameters, or by changing all these physical parameters. So after that, we will, from the validation of this result, we obtain the graphs for that. First, we can see the horizontal velocity graph. For that one, we can obtain from the horizontal velocity equation. This is the equation that we are used for the horizontal velocity. That's equal to pi h cos ks cos theta divided by t sin h kd. And similarly, we can find out from the horizontal acceleration. This one also, we have obtained a graph. That is, horizontal acceleration is equal to u dot is equal to 2 pi square h into cos h ks sin theta divided by t square sin h kd. So from the vertical velocity obtained here we obtained a graph regarding that. So vertical velocity is equal to pi h into sin h kx into sin theta divided by t sin h kt. So with regarding that, we are just analyzing the results, and similarly we obtained the results regarding vertical acceleration by the equation vertical acceleration this. And after that, we are finding the hydrodynamic force. That hydrodynamic force is nothing but it's the force of the drag. It's the summation of the drag force and the inertia force. So finally, we obtained the hydrodynamic force, and from this validation, we obtained this graph. So by focusing on or by analyzing all these results, what we reach is that horizontal velocity and horizontal acceleration increases with the reduction in pipe diameters. Pipe diameters, wave height, wave period, and current. Here we can see that what we have taken, horizontal velocity and horizontal acceleration. See, horizontal velocity and horizontal acceleration are getting increases with the reduction in pipe diameters. Horizontal velocity, they were getting increasing when the cylinder diameter is getting reducing. These two parameters getting increasing. Also, the pipe diameter decreases, vertical acceleration increases, but they are showing a reduction in the vertical velocity and hydrodynamic force. So what we are saying is that as the pipe diameter decreases, there we can see a increase in the vertical acceleration. There is an increase in the vertical acceleration, but there is a reduction in the hydrodynamic force. When the cylinder diameter is getting decreasing, there will be a reduction in the hydrodynamic force. So these are the results which I have included in the presentation. So finally, in conclusion, in the study, the impact of the hydrodynamic performance on the freestanding risers subjected to wave and current loading was investigated. The forces of hydrodynamics are calculated and analyzed. Pipe diameter, wave height, wave period, and water current are the crucial elements that are considered in this study. And after that, the findings of the investigation demonstrate that hydrodynamic forces are proportional to the depth of the water. So in comparing to the graphs also, we can see that comparing to wave height, wave period has a greater impact on the forces. So in general, we can say that riser stresses are influenced by pipe diameter, wave height, wave period, and water current. Next is, these are some of the references which I have taken for this. So I came to the end of today's presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Madam. Any question from our chairs?
Yeah. Praise.
Okay.
This topic, your work is good, but I just wanted to know what is the actual application of this study, where it can be.
Sir, the actual problem is that this is a main problem that we are facing in an offshore area, because as I already said that. Sir, is it visible, this one? Sir, the screen is sharing. Sir, these are some of the damages that occurring in the in nowadays. So from this, like, how can we say that the life expectancy of the marine racer is significantly affected by this vortex-induced vibration happening in the sea. So since we can't avoid the shedding of the vortices. We can't avoid the regulate the waves or the vortex shedding happening in the ocean. We can't regulate that one. The only solution is to avoid the situations that will produce this vortex induced vibration. We can only avoid the situations that will produce this vortex induced vibration. So therefore, in my research study, what I have concluded that circular cylinders will always be the preferred shape, and thereby the fluctuating lift will always be otherwise the fluctuating lift will always be there. So there will be no producing of the vortex induced vibration. So that's what I want to conclude, sir.
Okay, I got it. Whether your research can predict some such kind of failure beforehand?
Yes, sir. We can frequently we have to do some inspection or the maintenance work. Also, we have to do that while we are installing. Before installing, also we have to maintain everything, and after this installation, also like prerequisite, like we have to do some periodic inspection based on that. So if any damages happen in the riser, we can clear it, sir. On that inspection, we can clear.
I mean, we can find out the average life, we can go on monitoring it, and before it fails, we can replace it so that it prevents the damage.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, praise. Yeah,
yes,
you
sir.
have done a good work. I know that Petronas is owned by oil and gas University Petronas is owned by oil and gas company. They do a lot of this offshore structure analysis. Can I know what software that you adopt or you apply to do this analysis? Because in the presentation, you mentioned that it's a commercial software. Can you share what the software that you are using for conducting this?
So for nowadays, we are using many offshore softwares like ANSYS, Aqua, CSM, or Kaflex. That are the software that we have used. But here, the commercial software to analyze like that one is for only for calculating this calculation, sir. This table for all this way we are just creating on the Excel sheet like that. Otherwise, for the drawings or for visually, we have to see that we will use the ANSYS, Aqua, CSM, or Kaflex. That are the main softwares we will use, sir.
Can you repeat for hydrodynamic force analysis? What software are you using?
Yes, sir.
Force analysis. What software are you using for that?
Like for that, ANSYS, Aqua, CSM, or Kaflex. These are the softwares that are available in the industry, sir.
Okay, I get it. Right. Quack. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madam Praise. And
thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much tonight. Okay.
Session chairs, thank you so much. And now let's proceed to the next presenter. I invite Nordayana Molyatini to present the paper Fundamental Financial Literations of Medium, Small, Micro Enterprises in the Era of COVID-19, Case in Indonesia.
Okay, thank you, Miss Grace.
Thank you. And now, can you share your screen, Madam?
Okay. Permit to share screen of slide. Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, greeting to all of us. Okay, first of all, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Nurdiana Moyatini. I am from Indonesia, the Management Study Program for Galuh University in Indonesia. On this occasion, I would like to thank the Committee of the International Conference on Innovative Research in Engineering and Technology 21, which have given me the opportunity to join this activity. On this moment, I will present my article entitled Fundamental Financial Literation of Medium, Small, Micro Enterprises in the Era of COVID-19 Case in Indonesia. As for the background of this research, namely, on March 11, 2020, World Health Organization has declared coronavirus disease a pandemic based on data Indonesia Disaster Management Agency or BNPB Indonesia. On August 2021, the number of confirmed positive cases of COVID-19 in Indonesia increased 20,813 patients and 188 people who were declared dead. Almost all sectors and effective restricted on community activities affect business activities, which then have an impact on the economy. The Central Statistic Agency or BPS report states that Indonesia economic growth in the second quarter of 2020 is minus 5.32%. Based on data from the Ministry of Cooperative and Small and Medium Enterprises, as many as 15,974 units or 26.2% of 60,702 medium-sized business units down to the micro level. Then as many as 605,147 units or 75.23% of the 783,132 small business units shipped to the micro level. Based on the graphic in the background, micro, small, and medium enterprises affected by the COVID-19 pandemic in May 2020 and August 2020 were mostly still operating on a limited basis 66%. Some were operating normally 28%, and small part had stopped operating 6%. Even based on a survey by the Asian Development Bank regarding the impact of the pandemic on micro, small, and medium enterprises in Indonesia, 88% of micro business have run out of cash or saving, and more than 60% of these micro and small business have reduced their workforce. Methodology on result. This research using survey method with the technical statistic analysis data analysis on 100 manager micro and small medium enterprises with result. Based on table show that the frequency distribution is spread over 5 scale with the mean rank being in the value of 2.68 until 3.29. This shows the financial literacy is in the sufficient category, except that the profit allocation is in the high category, where micro, small, medium enterprises sector have the ability to understand how to properly allocate the profit. Knowledge and understanding of finance is needed for micro, small, and medium enterprises in this pandemic era so that they can make the right decision in finance and can optimally use the right financial instrument and product, which include financial management, selecting of funding source, and selection of place allocation of fund for the right investment. The Financial Services Authority continue to strive and seek the best solution in developing micro, small, and medium enterprises, including discussing the financial literacy inclusion program for micro, small, and medium enterprises. which is measured using 4 indicators, namely basic knowledge of financial management, credit management, saving, and investment. And there are 4 factors that can affect the level of financial literacy, including gender, education, age, and length of business. Conclusion. Based on the overall export, it can be explained the financial literacy can be said to be a person's ability to obtain, understand, and evaluate relevant information for decision-making by understanding the financial consequences it causes. Seeing the current economic condition, the role of financial literacy is becoming more important. Individuals need basic financial knowledge and skill to manage financial resources. Effectivity for the welfare. Judging by the result of the study, the overall understanding of micro, small, and medium enterprises sector toward financial management is still relatively limited. It can be seen from the result of the study that is the medium category. This capability is primarily in the inability to manage capital for investment and low banking access. That's all I can say. Thanks for your attention and have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam. Any question from our chairs?
Yeah, Nurdiana, my query is about, based on your survey, what is the level on, say, let us say scale of 1 to 100? What is the level of financial literacy in your SME sector in Indonesia?
Yeah. Okay. For the sector for micro, small, and medium price, this is the trade, hotel, and restaurant, processing industry, services, construction, real estate, agriculture, and transportation. Maybe.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Nodiana.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the COVID-19 now is badly hitting ASEAN country, including Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand, Vietnam, and so on, Myanmar, Laos, and so on. So a lot of small, medium, micro industry has closed, has bankrupted during these 2 years pandemic period. So what do you think, what is the best, what in your opinion, what is the best solution, the best strategy to revive back the economy?
Okay.
After the pandemic or during the pandemic?
Okay. Okay, thank you, sir. I will try to answer your question.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. The solution for increase to micro, small, and medium enterprises, the government should implement the 4 pillars that are the main foundation of growth in empower micro, small, and medium enterprises, namely modern cooperative, micro enterprises from the informal to formal sector, and small and medium enterprises entering the supply chain and the transformation of productive entrepreneurs. And so the government must optimize the National Economy Recovery Fund so that micro, small, and medium enterprises can survive through meeting the need for capital assistance and assistance for non-performing loan for the micro sector. Maybe that's all, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Madam, and our session chairs for the question. And now let's proceed to the next presenter. I invite Tari Jeloli to present the paper upgrading the urban space according to the rehabilitation of green spaces. Tari? All right, let's move on. Let's move on to this. To the next presenter, I invite Richki Hardy to present the paper, A Framework for Academic Information Services.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Please allow me to share my screen.
Yes, you can. All right, now you can start your presentation.
Okay, thank you. My topic is Academic Information Service Framework using AI chatbots. Background: academic information service is the most important factor that must be considered in a university. In terms of educational services, universities need to provide the best service so that the campus, academic community, and the community get satisfied with the services provided. All educational services, including academic information, aim to communicate between the campus and the community outside and within the campus. The developed chatbot is used and answer questions from college students. Chatbots can be used as a provider of campus and academic information services for the general public as well as for academic community. Objectives: to identify the characteristics of academic information service system in universities, to propose a framework to be improved for providing academic information services using AI chatbots, and to evaluate the proposed framework with experts to get optimal input on academic services. Contribution: the resulting framework can be used as a reference by most universities to maintain the quality of academic information services used or that want to be adopted later. The improved framework can help steer academic services in the right direction. Conversation that are on the AI chatbot can be tested and updated according to the level of knowledge, guide academics to take advantage of academic information services using AI chatbot. This is CAP. In 2016, research was conducted at the academic service stage. And in 2017, it has been referring to the device. And in 2020, will be focused on 3 stages: academic service, device, and AI chatbot. And this is the scope of the research. The research methodology use our mixed method, namely qualitative and quantitative. The initial stage is to conduct surveys and interviews and identifying relevant problem, understanding the problem, innovate, construct a solution area, proposing the framework, and the last validation of the solution case. Explanation of this framework include the first stage is how the system interprets a text from the user. The second stage is how the system generates response text. This framework represents there's two stages in two parts, namely rasa NLU and rasa core. Rasa NLU is the part that carries out the NLU process or text understanding, and rasa core does dialogue management. Message received by the conversational system will be interpreted by the rasa NLU, then proceed by rasa core, which predict and manage the response to the user. Implementation, the chatbot system is built to serve message from real users. To that end, the implementation of the system interface uses Rasa X to SS model implementation and test live conversations with a real user. Real users can directly interact with the chatbot via the link created by the administrator of Rasa X. Further implementation, the chatbot system can be connected to other chat application channels such as Telegram, Google Hangout, and others. And the appearance of a chatbot that shows human characters can also affect the quality of implementation, one of which is naming. This AI chatbot works, input from a user and analyze users' requests, identify intent and entities, compose reply. AI chatbot the propose can say login using AI chatbot, input from academician, and then check word, question according to the format. If answer the answer found, answer according to the pattern, answer not found, default answer. That's our pattern. And the last slide, interface, mockup, user and chatbot. Okay, thank you.
All right, so thank you so much, sir. Any question from our chairs? I think there's no any question from our chairs. All right, let's move on to the next presenter. I invite Siham I. Sali to present the paper Nottingham University Community Evaluation of Using Public Transportation in the City of Nottingham. Hello, Siham.
Hello, hi everybody.
All right, now, can you please share your screen, madam?
To do that, I okay.
Is any technical problem, ma'am?
Fine. How can I present it?
All right, madam. I will call you later. Okay? So that you can prepare your presentation. All right, may I call again? I am sorry. All right, the next presenter, I will invite Shed Tanzeen Ahmed to present the paper medical image processing using wavelet on cloud and big data processing based on Hadoop.
Hello, ma'am.
Tanzim is here?
Yes. Hello.
All right, you are here.
Yes, yes. Can I share the please, ma'am?
Can you now share your screen, madam?
Yes. Yes, I will.
All right, it's audible now and you can now present your PowerPoint.
Hello, everyone. My topic is medical image processing using wavelet on a cloud and big data processing based on Hadoop. Okay. And I am Syed Tanzim Ahmed, has done B and Masters of Engineering in Computer Science and Engineering in 2015 from PRMIT and Amravati, Maharashtra, India. Currently pursuing the PhD in Computer Science and Engineering from the Bhopal. And this is the abstract of my topic. The medical industry had generated huge amount of data. Sorry. And that can be in a hard copy or the soft copy form. The main focus is to store and manage, analyze the massive amounts of data that is called as the big data in medical image databases. Also, the medical image data sets name, image, clip contain approximately 66,000 images between 2015 to 2009, and which had increased to approximately 3 lakh images in 2013, and this database is growing day to day. And database contains the number of varieties, modalities, dimensions, resolutions of an different images that are based on the medical. So the new challenges arise like the proper data extraction, integration, and the data mining. In this paper, the various approaches for the medical image retrieval, storing in cloud architecture, and big data processing engine based on Hadoop are discussed. Okay. This is the image retrieval framework for this medical image database. In this, the claim image database is used. In this, I have just explained in the abstract that near about 3 lakh images are present in 2013, and it is near about 6 lakh in 2019. Okay, it is using that clip medical image database. I'm going to first decompose it by using the wavelet decomposition method, and there are different levels for the decomposition, and these are the steps that are going to be followed. In first, diverse images of different resolution from data sources like image clip, hospital databases are obtained. And the extraction of gray-based bag of features are computed according to the first level resolution image. Okay. And after that, in our next level, next texture features are extracted from the second level resolution image. In first level, we are just going to compute the bag of features, and after that the LBP features are computed by utilizing third level resolution images, and the retrieval feature is obtained by using the bag of features, texture features, color features. All these are the different features of an images, and the LBP feature which are stored in the S3, and by comparing all these key features of in a retrieval process between the query image and the images of the medical database, that is the trained database that we have already stored, by calculating the different features of that database and stored in a trained database. After that, we are going to match or going to retrieve the similar type of images from the trained database by passing the query image, and the results of the retrieval images are filled by the order of similarity. Means if we are going to find out the near about exact similar image from the database, that is going to be ranked as a 1. If there are 4 to 5 images that are similar with the query image, that are going to be ranked as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 according to the similarity of the query image and the images that are present in a database. And this is the diagram for that I have explained the different steps. This is the medical image database, and this is the query image. We are going to do some processes to calculate the feature calculations, different feature calculations by using the wavelet decomposition in a different levels of images. And after calculating that, we are going to calculate the feature for the query image in a similar way by using the wavelet decomposition. And after that, we are going to match this query image with the medical image database by using the similarity feature. And after that, we will get the retrieval results. For that, we will get some similar type of images, and that are going to be ranked on the basis of the similarity between the query image and the images that are present in the CLEF database. And this is the conclusion. Using only single feature for retrieval cannot get the accurate result. Therefore, with much more features, medical images can retrieve with the perfection. The retrieval time, which was high, was reduced using big data, Hadoop, and AWS feature extraction using the wavelet. Bag of features done by high use of S3 for storing the trained images and matching the process of storing and retrieving images faster, safer, and secure with the high availability. Result shows that the multi-feature method discussed with highly accurate with perfection with less time compared to the other feature extracting methods. That's why this method is used to do the similarity matching between the databases, medical databases, for the diagnosis purpose. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Madam. Any question from our chairs?
Said, can I know, do you have any images to show that how do you analyze the medical images using the wavelet? Do you have any pictures to share with us?
Yes, so features like I have just used the color features, age features that are the some color.
Can you repeat? Can you repeat?
Yes, sir, I have used the color descriptor features and the age descriptor features to calculate the different shapes and the colors of the images on that basis, and on these features according to the and these features values are going to be stored in a database, and after that I'm going to match that features with the query image features, and on that basis I'm going to extract the similar type of images.
Can I know what are the images that you are analyzing using wavelet? What are the images?
Pardon?
Can I know what are the medical images that you are using to be analyzed for you. What are the medical images that you are processing using the wavelet? Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are going to analyze the features using the web.
Hello. May I ask a question?
There is a algorithm of wavelet. By using that, we are going to analyze the.
Okay, okay, it's all right. Thank you.
All right, so thank you so much.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. Thank you.
Is any problem?
Hello. Hello, am I audible?
Sir Nurzar, do you have any question?
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, sir.
Yeah. Question is that during the COVID pandemic, there was many HRCT scan images which were processed. Can your methodology process such kind of HRCT scan images?
No, sir. Actually, currently I'm not working on that. But previously I have just used the CLEF image database. I want to contribute in also that. If I will get the time, definitely I'm going to work on that.
Because the data requirement for that transmission of that image and processing is very different.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so thank you so much. And now let's proceed. I may call again Siham I. Sali to present a paper, Nottingham University Community Evaluation of Using Public Transportation in the City of Nottingham. Siham Sali. All right, you're there. So now you can share your screen and then proceed.
My research about the Nottingham University Community Evaluation of using public transportation in city of Nottingham City. All we know that in Nottingham City, there are different modes, or there are many of best technique or system for public transportation. And in addition, there are many of company for using in one of mode. For example, for buses, there are many of company for that NCT or Y16 or Y5, something like this. In description, this research done in Nottingham University pupils, which included student, faculty, and instructor. This research had 24 individual. This number was determined at random in order to coverage most area of Nottingham City. Two different methods have used in this research. I used a questionnaire and used interview. My objective is to investigate the various of person transportation across all mode of transportation. For example, walk, bicycle, motorbike, car driver alone, car driving in company, buses, subway, metro. All of those, you need to know which is preferred from other people. We found in this where I make a questionnaire for 24 person. This person, it is different from other from Nottingham Community University, for example, tutor or people or employer or other, and found that. Then conclusion found that, and I make many of interview with other students. And we found that in figure 1 show that the more over that half of the taking part come from the different area that I took. I have took different area in the city, for example, Harrison Green, Linton, Dunkirk, Walton, or London. All of them, those I took from every area, from one person from every area, because it is, I can't coverage all the people in every area. And I found from that, this means it is the people, it is distribute in different area, the number of people. Those from people or employer or from our student. On figure 2, we found that from this figure, there are this figure. It is appeared that or shows the how many people used the different mode in the different area. For example, 36 from the buses and 38, sorry, and 54 from that using the walking. More the student, it is prefer the walking, and other it is used bicycle. And this figure shows that a different of and then I try to know which company for buses, for example, use it. There are four type of buses used. For example, company of NCT or Indigo or of them. It is the destination of them. It is different. Sometimes it is all of them. It is bus from the university, but it is the destination. But the destination, it is different to area. Another one, it is used in. I want to show how many people it is prefer every type of. For example, in NCT, how much it is 20%, but in 60% of student using because it is more of convenience. That means I try to divide it every process, how much it is, how many students it uses, because I mean I took another factor, for example, cost or free or convenience. And I found that for free, it is only 6% the student is using. That means the free it is using is Hooper. And a very high cost, and 20, that means in using. Hello, sorry. Hello. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Sorry.
All right.
Are you,
Madam Siham?
Okay. Yes. 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 This study
right,
depends on the. Okay, and this study depends on public transportation in Nottingham City, and all of them it is encouraged using, and prefer depend of sometimes all of them prefer the to ease free. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam. Any question from our chairs?
Yeah, I mean, what are the parameters of evaluation that is not clear to me? The voice is not audible.
Hello, Madam. Are you still there? You're not audible.
I used the cost, convenience, and the free. That means I used different parameters, and the type of student or pupils.
Voice is cracking. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now let's proceed. Now let's proceed to the next presenter. I invite Ahmad Salihu Ben Musa for presenting the paper Human Body Parts Detection Using Viola-Jones Algorithm. Ahmad Salihu Ben Musa, you are there? All right, let's move on to the last presenter. I invite Ms. Orvi B. Rathod for presenting the paper Integration of Land Use and Transportation Planning, Smarter Solution to Reduce Traffic Congestion.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Miss, all right, you're here.
Yes.
Can you please now share your screen?
Yes, yes. Can I start, ma'am?
Yes, you can, ma'am.
Thank you, everyone. My topic is integration of land use and transportation planning. It is a smarter solution to reduce the traffic congestion. I am Urvi Rathod from Surat, India. I have done Masters in Engineering in Town and Country Planning from the Gujarat Technological University. And recently, I am pursuing PhD in Civil Engineering from Pukka Tarsaria University, Surat, Gujarat. Now, these are the content which I have covered in my paper. Now, as we know that more than half of the world population live in urban areas. So cities are going in number as well as the population and land areas. Projection indicates that the urban areas will account for 60% of the global population by 2030. So there were 548 cities with population around 1 million by 2018, and it will increase, expected to increase by 706 cities by 2013. So there is a rapid urbanization and increase the number of motorized vehicles in developing cities, which put pressure on the transportation system, which cause the problem of traffic congestion as well as the overcrowding and delay. So to reduce this problem of traffic congestion, there is a smarter solution, that is the integration of land use with transportation planning. So transportation planning in itself is a fundamental need for the people after food and housing, which is so due to the rapid urbanization and booming of the motorization vehicle in developing countries, which put high pressure on the urban transportation. So transportation and land use are connected with each other. So everything that happens to the land use has transportation implication, and every transportation action affects the land use. So land development generates travel, and travel generates the need for new facilities, which increase the accessibility and also the attract the future development. Now, why this need of this study, that is urbanization in India will rapidly increase. So United Nations has predicted that the population of India will increase from around 400 billion at present to 600 billion by year of 2031. So which urbanization leads to the change in the form of the change in the lifestyle as well as the employment and economic growth of the Indian cities. So for developing countries, proper distribution of population with land use and creating the effective transportation system is directly related to the urbanization. Now, due to that, there is a problem of increase in the car ownership, then which also increases traffic congestion. Due to that, there is people are more dependent on the car. Due to the increase in the car, there is a global warming, then emission of gases, then also in speed due to the increase in the speed, there is a possibility of accidents and fatalities. So these are the problems which are faces due to the transportation problem. So to address this dynamic complexity of urban system, a multidisciplinary planning process is needed. So what is the impact of that automobile oriented approach to the land use and transportation planning? So these also are the problem which are faces due to the automobile oriented planning approach, which results in an increased expense of fuel as well as traffic congestion, then strain on road infrastructure, then increase in number of accidents, excessive dependence on roads, then adverse impact on human health. So for that, there is one needed solution, that is the focus is recently the focus is only given to the road design, that more infrastructure for cars, more space for motorized vehicle. Unsustainable focus, that is how to use the limited road space the best. So for that, we have to promote the public transportation. Now, how the land use and transportation are related to with each other. The urban area with proper mixed land use distribution reduce the tree plant as well as the encourage the quality public transportation, and better transportation can affect the land value and affordability. So good transportation service can give improved access to employment, facilities as well as the amenities. So there is a linkage between the transportation and land use, which create the activity and that demands the accessibility, which is provided by the transportation. Now, what is the concept of integration of land use and transportation planning? That is organizing the land use pattern of city such that the travel demand, pre-planned and travel time are minimized, while accessibility, comfort and efficiency are maximized. Organize the all system of transportation in such a way that integrate with that it enable the harmonious establishment of land uses around them in the process of generating a city form that is sustainable. Now this figure shows that the type of transportation and spatial development as a city grow. If city is compact, market and educational and other institutional center are closely located, so it becomes accessible through the non-motorized transportation. But if cities are gross, then the linkage of these activities is accessible through public transportation system. So distribution of mixed land use also facilitate the shorter trip length through walking as well as the non-motorized transportation system. Now, as a case study, the Singapore, as we know, the Singapore is an island city having an area of 728.6 square kilometer with 5.9 million population. So urban planning in Singapore has been a matter of great pride for this city, as it is a island city, so it has a geographically constrained. So it has a plan for compact development of its city space through the transit oriented development, and also given the spot zoning in the city, by so in which they have adopted the facility of park and ride has been introduced by the local transportation authority, where car owners are encouraged to switch to the public transportation by parking their cars at the MRT or bus interchange facilities. Also, they have given the cycle parking lots provided at the interchange facilities. Also, the foldable cycles are allowed on buses and trains, and the gaps between the park connectors and transport nodes are also closed. So they have adopted the concept of integration of land use with transportation by considering the transit-oriented development. A conclusion, land use and transportation are two sides of the same coin. Transportation affects the land use and land use affects the transportation. So planner realized that the transportation and land use are two sides of same coin. So transport and land use are two key elements for achieving the sustainable growth in developing city. Integration of land use in transportation planning aims to reduce the amount of travel that can help in reducing the traffic congestion. These are the references. Thank you very much.
All right, so thank you so much, Madam. Any question from our chairs?
Hi, I have questions for you. Okay, now the presentation is talking about integrating of land use to transportation planning. So nowadays we are having mass rapid transit, MRT, light rapid transit, and currently the new one coming out is automated. Okay, rapid transits. So what are the criteria for us to choose different type of rapid transit? Do you have an idea of that?
No, sir.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah. Do you have the idea what are the criteria for choosing mass rapid transit, automated rapid transit, and light rapid transit?
Sorry, in
Because
India, yes. Hello?
Yeah. Can you explain what are the criteria for you to choose this type of transportation?
In India, mostly prefer the public transportation is the most rapid transportation system, BRTS.
Okay. So you are not studying on
Yes.
LRT, MRT, and ART.
No.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you
madam,
so much. I am sorry. Nerzar, you have any question from Madam?
No issue. Okay, it's okay. Thank you.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you, sir.
Please, can I ask, please?
Yes.
Please, I want to know if can we get to the proceeding for the conference? Can we?
What, ma'am? No,
the proceeding for the conference proceeding. That means the abstracts and
all right, I think that's all. And lastly, I will call this name and the presenters.
Yeah.
Ahmad Saliho Ben Musa is here. Ahmad, I think. All right, that's all. Okay, let's move on. Thank you to all the presenters and our very active session chairs. And now let's proceed to the valedictory function. All right. All session chairs to announce the best paper and best paper presentation award. So I think I will, the one who will announce the best paper and best presentation. All right, the best presentation award goes to Marizen Contreras for presenting the paper titled Design and Development of Instructional Equipment for Instrumentation and Control course of the BS Electrical Engineering Program of the University of Batangas. Congratulations, ma'am. From University of Batangas is here. Ma'am Marizen Contreras, congratulations to you, ma'am. And next is the best paper award goes to Manju Rani for paper titled Enhanced Light Trapping in ITOC T-based plasmonic solar cells with silicon nanospheres using FTD simulation. Manju Rani is here.
Yes, yeah. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. And now, participation certificate. All can download the participation certificate from IFERP dashboard. Steps for downloading the certificate. First step, below link will be navigated to IFERP dashboard. Second step, if you are already IFERP member, then log in with your credentials and download the certificate. Third, if you don't have account in IFERP portal, then click sign up. And lastly, after that sign up, you can log in and download certificate. So all participants can download the proceedings book from the same link. All right, about the feedback session, can you send your feedback into the link? And keynote feedback link, the technical team will chat here. All right, so upcoming conference event promotion. We are pleased to inform you that our 2 upcoming international conferences, Fourth International Conference on Recent Trends in Multidisciplinary Research, ICRT MDR 21, date 3rd and 4th of December, place at Maldives. Second event promotion, Second International Conference on Advancing Knowledge from Multidisciplinary Perspectives in Engineering and Technology, ICAKMPET 21, date on 22nd and 23rd December 2021, place Istanbul, Turkey. All are requested to make use of this conference and get benefited. Event highlights, interact with eminent international speakers, showcase your latest research through oral or poster presentation, connect with top industry experts at the conference, publish your research in renowned Scopus Index journals, avail opportunities to network and exchange ideas, share your knowledge to enhance the growth of your field. Publication opportunities. All accepted paper of this conference will be published in a Scopus Index journal. Also, you can avail publication in following index journals: First, DOAJ Directory of Open Access Journals. Second, Scopus Index Journals. Third, EI Complex Index Journals. Fourth, Google Scholar Index Journals. Fifth, Web of Science Index Journals. So, vote of thanks on behalf of IFERP. I heartedly thank all the delegates and students who have contributed to the conference success. Thank you all the participating in our conference. Stay tuned with us for further conferences updates from IFERP.
Hello.
Any announcement from our team?
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Hi, I have a query. I'm unable to download the book. It is showing page not found.
You can download the link. Am I right, ma'am?
Yeah, I couldn't download the book, that conference proceeding book.
Okay, I will tell the technical team about that, ma'am.
Oh.
Right. Any questions, suggestions, or clarification about the event? So, if there's none, thank you so much and have a nice day.
Hi, Sunil. How are you? No, it's fine. You don't have to be worried. It's absolutely fine.
ओह चलो
मैं कह रही थी कि मुझे आपको एडवांस पे करना है ना, तो मैं आपको कब पे हाँ हाँ सही बात है। अभी आप ठीक है? ओके। हाँ अभी वायरल काफी ज्यादा हो रहा है ना। अभी कोविड जैसा फैल रहा है वायरस। हाँ एग्जैक्टली आप कोविड टेस्ट करवा लो, वो बेटर रहता है कि खुद भी आप भी सेफ हो, कि आपके मन में भी टेंशन नहीं है। हाँ 19 नवंबर की है डेट। हाँ वही मैं भी यही चाह रही थी, मुझे भी एकदम ऐसे मतलब डेट ब्लॉक रहेगी ना, वरना आपके सामने भी एकदम आपको याद नहीं रहे और आप किसी और को बुकिंग दे दो। हाँ मेरी डेट, हाँ हमारी डेट 19 नवंबर है। एंड हाँ मतलब हम लोग के यहाँ बारात का टाइमिंग इज 10:30, तो आप अराउंड 9 o'clock मॉर्निंग हाँ वहाँ पहुंच जाइएगा 9-9:30 तक। हाँ तो हम लोगों को 10:30 तक रेडी होना रहेगा। मतलब ब्राइड का आप चलता रहेगा, क्योंकि हम लोग ग्रूम के तरफ से हैं, तो